Can I request Director IIM Kozhikode Professor Debashish Chatterjee to welcome Professor Goodhart with a bouquet? Thank you, sir. Let me give a brief introduction. Uh, Professor Goodhart in the 1970s had made almost a passing comment on monetary targeting, which later became folklore, popularized as Goodhart's law. And the popular version of it is that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a useful measure. Of course, originally intended in monetary economics, but it has now been used in a variety of contexts, including university rankings, college grades, and many such. So all of us know about Goodhart law. But I would also say that in the context of India, where many of us are, you know that inflation targeting has been a big contribution for macroeconomic stability. So Professor Goodhart is the intellectual giant in this field, one of the original people who worked on inflation targeting. He has spent long years at the Bank of England as advisor, as monetary policy committee member. He has spent a long time at the London School of Economics as professor, where he continues to be Professor Emeritus. He, in fact, advised the Reserve Bank of New Zealand on their inflation targeting. They were the first, as some of you would know, to introduce inflation targeting in 1990. He also advised the Hong Kong Monetary Authority on their currency board. And of course, he has had a lot of impact on the academic literature in macroeconomics, central banking, financial regulation, inflation targeting, written a number of books. In one of his recent books on the demographic reversal, he predicts that inflation is going to increase due to aging populations and shrinking labor force, and some of it we can see is coming true. So we are all keenly looking forward to listening to you, Professor Goodhart. Over to you.
How do I work the slide? No, I'm fine. Well, good morning, and thank you very much. Inflation targetry has now been adopted by virtually every major central bank around the world, including in India. So I thought that this would be a subject I hope would be of some interest to you. As was stated in the very kind introduction, I was actually present the whole process of starting it off. Because I was an external advisor, or I was asked to be an external advisor to the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. It was a very curious introduction, because although inflation targetry is now the main sort of mechanism, main objective to try and achieve the inflation target of many central banks, it was not actually introduced as an act of monetary policy. It came about almost accidentally. The way it came about was as follows. New Zealand had a prime minister, Sir Robert Muldoon. He was in the right-wing National Party. He was very domineering, rather arrogant, and he thought that he knew better than anybody else about what the future industrial development of New Zealand, what form it should take. So he interfered really quite dramatically in the operations of almost all the public sector industry, nationalized. It didn't work. It didn't work at all. And indeed, in the days leading up to the defeat of the National Party in Muldoon, New Zealand moved from being one of the leading richest countries world to being much less so. So the incoming Labour government of Lange, or Lange, I never tried to pronounce, and his finance minister, Roger Douglas, came into office with the intention of removing the day-to-day operation of the public sector industry away from the politicians. Now, how do you do that? And what they decided was that each nationalized industry should have a quantifiable objective to which they should be held accountable. They did that for railways, post office, etc., etc. And then they came to realize the central bank is also public sector, nationalized company, industry. So what's the objective that the Reserve Bank of New Zealand should? And there was quite a lot of discussion about that. There was one person from the New Zealand Treasury who actually suggested that the Reserve Bank of New Zealand should go back to the position that the Bank of England had after the 1844 Bank Act, which it should be responsible for the currency provision, but otherwise should act as an ordinary commercial bank. Anyhow, after a fairly long discussion, which I didn't really add very much, it was decided that the objective of the central bank would be price stability. And how do you measure price stability? Well, it's a pretty low rate of inflation. Now, there are a number of things involved in here, and I'm going to tell you about one of the things that I suggested, which was wrong, wasn't it? Which was, in general, the nearer the head of a public industry gets to achieving its required objective, the more you pay the leader, whether he or she. So I actually suggested that the governor of the Reserve Bank of India should have an incentive, that he should be paid a lot more if the inflation came out exactly to target, and a lot less if it didn't. And this was shot down. And it was actually shot down correctly on the grounds that it would lead to press reports saying Governor of the Reserve Bank of New Zealand gets $50,000 extra for throwing 50,000 people out of work. He had to raise interest. You can see how the public relations aspect of that would not have worked very well. And indeed, one of the interesting features of this is that there's been absolutely no lack of incentive among governors of central banks, I think in any country, to achieve price stability, which introduces the point that having a good reputation when you are very much in the public eye is as much or even better an incentive getting more money. Now, the next point that I want to make is that you might think that price stability was having zero inflation. And why did the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, again, this time certainly with my blessing, not go for that? Incidentally, we did not initially go to a 2% target. We went to a target, I think it was 1 to 4%, but with a view to getting down to 2% below in due course. Now, why did we go for a positive but low rate rather than zero? I think there were two main points in our operation. The first one was as a general belief and a general feeling, some of you may agree with and some of you may not, that the statistics of inflation tend to greatly underestimate the influence of quality changes. Let me take a sort of a personal example of that. I think that the greatest technological change that has affected my life over the last 3 or 4 years has been the development of Zoom webinar, the ability to see people and discuss with people face to face, but at a very, very long distance. Now that has reduced the cost of doing that, of seeing people as very much, and the alternative was post or actually traveling to visit them. And yet, Zoom or webinar are actually free. They don't come into it. The fact that the cost of meeting people face to face at a long distance, gone from quite large to nothing, just isn't there in the statistics at all. The second reason was a point that I think we owed particularly to Jim Tobin, which was that one of the features of the labour market is that what workers hate is actually having to accept a nominal price, or rather wage cut. And if you look at wage changes, what you see is a huge number at zero, and then, depending on the wage increases, quite a lot of positive wage increase, and virtually no negative. Now, if you're going to have a zero inflation target, it effectively means that quite a lot of industries will become uncompetitive, or companies uncompetitive. They can't cut wages. So the desire to maintain a degree of labour market and price flexibility was thought better to have a small positive. I might say that at that time when we were doing this at the end of the 1980s, there was absolutely zero expectation or consideration that we might have to go to the zero interest bound or the effective lower bound of interest. Just didn't come into our mind at all. Now, once you've given the central bank an objective by which it is to be held accountable, it becomes to a larger extent independent. So independence does tend to go with the provision of an inflation target, but not necessarily. And for a long time in this country, in the UK, there was a gap between 1992, when the UK adopted inflation targetry, and 1997, when the central bank became independent, was allowed to set interest rates for itself. And that reflected another feature of the discussions of inflation targetry and central bank independence, is that central bank independence is almost always at greater risk from right-wing than from left-wing politicians. The reason for that is that it is generally assumed and believed that the people who make up most of the operators, dealers, buyers, sellers, and so on in financial markets are by nature both rich and right-wing, and therefore that they will trust a conservative government, and they won't trust a Labour government. And that means that it will make the markets much happier under a Labour government. The central bank is independent. Whereas a conservative government feels that it will get criticized whatever happens, so that ultimately, whatever the central bank does, it will tend to get criticized if the central bank puts up interest rates. That is regarded as... Anyhow, it was introduced in New Zealand in the end of the 1980s. It rapidly spread Canada, UK, and right round the world very shortly afterwards, and has become the dominant monetary mechanism. And it's been remarkably successful, though slightly less so in the last couple of years. And one of the reasons it has been remarkably successful is it has been under very little pressure. The sort of 30 years or so from 1990 to 2025 were a period of continuously downward moving interest rates, both in nominal and in real terms. I'll show you a few diagrams. That's the Bank of England on top, Euro area down below. You can see that the really period of low interest rates was after the great financial crisis in 2008-9, and the US exactly. It wasn't so marked, though it was there up to 2008, but it became very extreme after that. Now, one of the questions is, what caused this downwards movement in interest? Well, let me just say why it meant that life was very easy for central banks. Because cuts in interest rates are always popular. It leads to increases in asset prices, equity prices, bond prices. It lowers the mortgage rate that house buyers have. So a decrease in interest rates is popular, an increase in interest rates is unpopular. So what the central bank was doing was popular on average throughout. And what's more, because growth was faster than interest rates, it meant that effectively the increase in the tax revenues was always rising faster than the increase in payments you had to make, G greater than R. So that there was no fiscal problem arising from what the central bank was doing. The government fiscal policy and the central bank's monetary policy could operate independently with no real problems at all. And of course, what the central banks did inevitably was said, well, the reason for the downward trend in interest rates is actually we're just more credible. People think that inflation is going to remain low, so interest rates can be low too. And there's a bit of truth in that, but there's less truth than actually is implied by arguments about credibility. To take a particular example, after the great financial crisis, interest rates, nominal and real, sort of went down to sort of virtually zero, despite central banks doing everything they could to expand. Not only interest rates at zero or even slightly negative, but quantitative easing and all of the rest of it. And yet, inflation was very down. So that inflation was clearly driven by something else, not just what the central bank was doing. Central bank was trying its best to raise inflation by every expansionary policy you could imagine. And inflation went down. So something else was driving it, not central bank. And the argument that many of us have is that what was effectively happening was that the globalization of the world and the arrival of China and to a degree India into the world's trading system was reducing particularly goods prices. Throughout this period, goods prices were falling at a rate of something like 2% per annum, which meant that you could have services prices rising at about 2% or more than that, 3 or 4% per annum, and you would still have inflation at zero or very low. So it was a sort of wonderful time. And partly because central banks like to believe that it's all due to them, they were saying that it's credibility and we've got expectations anchored. There's a lot of studies on expectations now. And most of the studies on expectations show that ordinary people, not market forecasters, but ordinary people, their expectations depend on their personal experience on some particularly key products, groceries, petrol, whatever, that they've been buying recently. So it was an extraordinarily favorable time for inflation targetry. Now, where are we going? First of all, how independent is it? Well, one of the issues of the central bank is who appoints the governor, who appoints the members of the monetary policy committee. And the answer generally is government. And if the government is going to be appointing, and they don't like the present governor and members of the monetary policy committee, they may have to wait a year or two, but they can always, in effect, get the governor and the members of the Monetary Policy Committee that they want through appointment. Given the way the appointment works, you've really got to take the independence of the central bank in almost every case with a grain of salt. And that grain of salt could become a lot saltier if you get right-wing autocrats. Well, Erdogan is my particular example, is politically neutral at the moment. If we get more right-wing autocrats, the degree to which we will have central bank independence is going to be very limited, with one exception, the ECB. Because the ECB has been created by a treaty among countries. That can only be reversed by equivalent treaty change, which every country in the EU agrees to. So the ECB is actually by far the most independent central bank, and the only central bank that we've got that I would describe as fully independent. Whether if there was a really right-wing domination in the political field, I don't quite know what would happen. And I leave that to people who are politically more intelligent than I am. The other problem, of course, is that the factors that were causing the downturn in the inflation rate and therefore an interest rate over the wonderful 30 years between 1990 and 2020, the best 30 years the world has ever seen. More people were taken out of poverty. There was greater equalization, particularly between countries. Countries such as China and India in particularly grew much faster than the developed countries in the West. World inequality and world poverty dropped really quite dramatically. And it was partly due to demography. Women had fewer babies and joined the workforce. In the UK, for example, when I was young, I won't tell you how many years ago, say 65 years ago, the number of women working in the workforce was 20%. It's now something like about 70 to 75%, just about as almost as many women working as men working. Partly because men are more fragile. We all have much more in the way of mental health problems. Although some of them are staying at home to have the few babies that are continuing balance problems. Now that meant that over those 30, well, over the sort of years from about 1960, 65, when the pill was coming in and the birth rate started to go down, what you had was a very large growth rate in babies up to that point, then fell away dramatically, allowing women to enter the workforce. The babies that they'd had between 1945 and 1970 were massive, and they were then entering the workforce too. So the workforce was increasing absolutely hands over fist, which had the effect that it benefited people with capital, both financial and human, didn't benefit people who are workers, because if you get much more supply, the return goes down a bit. Now that is now changing, and is changing dramatically in the reverse way, because the baby boomers are now all entering retirement, and the number of children who have been born has gone down so much and is still going down that the increase in the labor force is declining. The dependency ratio, the numbers of workers per old, is worsening really quite dramatically. Now, the problem about being old is not that you sort of spend a great deal. We don't. I'm not a drain on the exchequer. The problem is that as we get older, we get more incapacity. Again, give you some figures. Between sort of 70 and 80, 25% of the population in this are incapacitated. Between 80 and 90, it goes up to about 50. Over 90, it goes up to about sort of 80 plus. As you can see, I'm not yet incapacitated, though in about 10 years, if I stay that long, I certainly will be. But my wife is, and she has severe dementia. And the cost to the exchequer, the cost in time and effort to the family to look after, is enormous. You mustn't think of just of age. What you need to think is of healthy age and incapacitated age. And the ratio between workers and incapacitated old is absolutely galloping up. That is going to cause a huge fiscal problem. We don't know what's going to happen. The fiscal situation in many of our countries is actually getting really worse at a time when growth is inevitably going to go down, irrespective of what Rachel Reeves and the politicians say. If your workforce is going down, you need a miracle for growth to remain the same, because say your inflation, and take Japan. Japan is normally regarded as being sort of not doing very well. Actually, it's doing brilliantly. What is happening in Japan is the workforce is going down at an average rate of 1%, and real incomes for everybody are going up at a rate of 1%. So productivity per worker is going up at a rate of 2%, which is streets ahead the increase in productivity per worker in almost any other country in the world you like to name. And in this country, productivity per worker is hardly right. That means, since none of us are likely to do as well as Japan, that the fiscal problems are going to be increasingly severe, and we start off in a very bad. Growth is going to go down because there are going to be fewer workers. Workers will be in short supply, and wage rates will go on up. And that's going to lead to a whole series of problems. You've got if interest rates start rising, with the debt ratios in the US, France, many of the European countries, USA, UK, sort of 100%, and the interest rates start going up to 3, 4, 5%, and there isn't the growth going to happen. And Rachel Reeves can have a bash at the wealthy, as she undoubtedly will next week, but there's a limit to what you can get from that. So are we going to get fiscal dominance, in which the government will effectively tell the central bank, you've got to cut interest rates, because otherwise we can't balance the budget, in effect. We can't cope fiscally. They do tell the central bank to keep interest rates lower than necessary, maintain price stability. Will we have more inflation? Should we change the target to 3 or 4%? Problem with that is that it will be seen as an indication you can't achieve the 2% target. If you change the target once, people will say, well, you'll just change the target again. The credibility of the target will. What I just want to leave you with, this is the end, is that the 30 years from 1990 to 2000 were an unbelievably favorable time for independent central banks, besides being, as I said, the best 30 years economically. It's not going to be like that in the future. The future is going to be a great deal more difficult than the past for everybody, including India. But I think that the problems will occur initially much more in the West, the US, which is not a problem. So we will all need good luck. You more than me, because you're younger than I am. I won't see the problems will come your way in a few years' time. So beware. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Goodhart, for an absolutely brilliant talk, which has given a lot of food for thought to the researchers here. Uh, may I request Professor Debashish Chatterjee to present a memento to Professor Goodhart? So the talk has set the stage for the panel discussion that will follow. So I suggest, Professor Goodhart, we can have a combined question and answers session after the panel discussion. So can I request Professor Mridul Sagar to come forward and introduce the panelists and take it forward?
So I think we had a very profound lecture in the sense that we got some very close insights into the very genesis of the inflation targeting, the challenges it faced at the various points of time, and a peek into future. So that sorts of sets a really, really, really very interesting stage to debate. And that is what we now will have in a form of freewheeling panel. And I have with me actually a very, very rich panel, I would like to say. And to sort of introduce my panel, we have with us Professor David Ekman. May I request Professor David Ekman to take a seat here? So, so David is actually director of the Tata Center for Global Banking and Finance. He's a professor at the King's College, and he is really a top-notch expert on financial stability, the macroprudentials in particular. I'm sure in this audience there will be many, especially who deal with economics, having read his blogs on macroprudentialmatters.com. If not, those who are interested can go and have a look at it. He has had 17 years of experience with Bank of England, and he has really been their technical advisor on the financial stability matters. Professor Stephen Millard, is he around? Yeah, may I request him? So he's presently leading the National Institute of Economic and Social Research. So Millard is the deputy director now of that institute, and which is actually many of you who are from UK would know is the oldest think tank in economics here. Several years, I think it was established in 1960 or something. If 30s, oh my God! So, so just after the Great Depression ended, maybe, or it was still there. Yeah, that's true. So, like basically David Ekman, Stephen Millard has years of experience with Bank of England. He's also now professor at Durham University, visiting professor, and also at Portsmouth Stephen. His specializations are on macroeconomic modeling, forecasting, labor markets, climate change, and a range of things. Sonal Patel, may I request you to join here? So, Sonal Patel is a British economist who is now with International Monetary Fund, earlier with Citibank. Some iBank, is Citi the right iBank I mentioned for you? Yeah. So She has also worked in numerous other organizations, and it's glad to have her here because let me mention this to the audience here that the annual fund bank meetings are going on in Washington, D.C. And when I approached the IMF, they were kind enough to say, we will send Sonal. The importance they give to the academic conferences is amazing. And thank you for coming here. We just had a release of their flagship publications of the year, so we'll try to get some insights from her over there. So without wasting much time, Sonal, may I request you to make a brief presentation of what happened in Washington overnight? Sorry? From slides? 10 minutes out here.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and a special thanks to Mridul and my fellow panelists for today's event. My name is Sonal Patel. I work in the Global Analysis Division of the IMF's Monetary and Capital Markets Department. As Mridul said, my plan for the next 10 minutes is to provide you with a brief overview of the IMF's latest Global Financial Stability Report. For those of you that may be unfamiliar with the GFSR, it's a twice-yearly publication which sets out the IMF's latest assessments of risks to financial stability, developments in underlying vulnerabilities, and alongside some high-level policy recommendations. The title of the latest report is Steadying the Course: Uncertainty, Artificial Intelligence, and Financial Stability. My presentation will focus on Chapter 1 of the report, which centers on financial market developments, although I will touch on some of the key messages from Chapters 2 and 3, which cover how elevated macro-financial uncertainty and the use of artificial intelligence might impact on financial stability, respectively. Right, so to give you my key messages up front. Major central banks have started to lower policy rates as inflation has decelerated from double-digit peaks towards target levels. During this process, financial conditions have remained accommodative and measures of financial market volatility have generally remained subdued. On the other hand, economic uncertainty and geopolitical risks are elevated, as evidenced by mounting tensions in the Middle East and the ongoing war following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. A sudden bout of market turmoil in early August was very abrupt and short-lived, but a timely reminder of how underlying vulnerabilities and linkages within the financial system can play out. That leaves us with a trade-off between low volatility and easy financial conditions in the near term, which can, however, allow the build-up of medium-term imbalances, as evidenced by already high levels of debt in both sovereign and non-financial corporate sectors. In addition, new technologies and the more widespread adoption of artificial intelligence may increase financial market fragilities. I'm going to start with the macro outlook. So the latest World Economic Outlook, or WEO, forecasts for global growth are broadly unchanged relative to the July report. Global growth is projected at 3.2% both this year and next. However, within that aggregate figure, there have been some upgrades to the US forecast, which offsets downgrades to other advanced economies, such as the largest European economies. Similarly, in emerging markets and developing economies, conflicts, civil unrest, and extreme weather events have led to downward revisions to growth in the Middle East, parts of Asia, and sub-Saharan Africa. These, however, have been offset with upgrades to emerging Asia, largely driven by rising demand for semiconductors and electronics. Moving on to monetary policy development, as Charles touched upon, and the charts show, since the last GFSR report in April, major advanced economy central banks have begun to lower policy rates, given the progress on disinflation, alongside some signs of slowing economic activity. Of course, Japan is moving in the opposite direction and starting to lift rates from historic lows. And while it's a similar picture in emerging market economies, there again is some variation, with Brazil, the dark blue line on the chart, raising interest rates as policymakers there look to curb inflation. As a result, the pace and extent of easing that will be delivered by central banks will likely vary across regions. Against this backdrop, and with growing expectations of a soft landing in the US, risk assets have continued to generate positive returns. High-yield corporate bond spreads, for example, are tighter across the UK, Europe, and the US than they were at the start of the year. Meanwhile, equity markets in the US have continued to climb. The S&P 500 has hit over 40 record closes this year, and that's largely been supported by the rally in the US large-cap tech sector, also known as the Magnificent Seven. That said, stretched risk asset valuations could leave markets vulnerable to a sharp, sudden adjustment, which has the potential to impact negatively on financial stability. Expectations for continued policy easing and investor optimism have helped compress financial market volatility. The chart on the left shows the VIX index, a gauge of implied equity market volatility, and it has remained relatively subdued, notwithstanding a temporary spike in August, which I'll come back to. Measures of financial conditions across a number of regions remain accommodative. That said, the balance of risks to global growth, as detailed in the World Economic Outlook report, are tilted to the downside. While in the near term, easy financial conditions may reduce risks to growth, they can result in the buildup of vulnerabilities, like increased debt and leverage, that can increase downside risks in the future. And we think this trade-off is more acute when economic uncertainty is elevated, as it currently is. The chart on the left shows that the wedge between financial market volatility and uncertainty, the green line, is quite large, with the wedge particularly large for geopolitical risks, the red line, reflecting uncertainty stemming in large part from the ongoing military conflicts, as well as uncertainty around future policies of newly elected governments. While the chart on the right shows that since 2019 and the COVID pandemic, measures of macroeconomic and policy uncertainty remain elevated. So elevated macroeconomic uncertainty can impact financial stability via three key channels, as shown in this diagram. First, it can increase downside market tail risks in the event of a negative shock. So that's the financial conditions channel. Second, elevated uncertainty can delay investment and consumption decisions to the real economy channel, which would slow activity and could result in a negative feedback loop. Third, elevated uncertainty may reduce the supply of credit to otherwise creditworthy households and businesses. That's the credit channel. And as the diagram shows, the three channels can interact with each other and create their own reinforcing dynamic, and indeed have spillover effects to other regions. In my introduction, I mentioned that there was a sudden bout of market turmoil in early August. Thankfully, the episode was short-lived, and since then, risk assets have resumed their march higher. However, it was yet another example of how leveraged non-bank financial institutions, alongside crowded and concentrated positions, can amplify stress. In this particular instance, the Bank of Japan's rate hike, followed by weaker than expected US non-farm payroll data, triggered a narrowing in interest rate differentials between the US and Japan, as the weaker than expected US labor market data prompted a reassessment of the likely path for US monetary policy. Equities declined sharply, reflecting the risk-off tone in market, and the yen appreciated. Together, these moves meant that carry trades, where investors borrow money in currencies with low funding costs and invest in assets in currencies with higher yields, suddenly became less profitable. In addition, many hedge funds reported receiving margin calls, given the large moves in asset prices, forcing them to rapidly sell and close out their positions, contributing to a rapid depreciation of high-yielding emerging market currencies, such as the Mexican peso. The chart on this slide shows leveraged investor positioning in the yen, the funding currency, and the Mexican peso, the higher yielding asset, ahead of the August sell-off. Now moving on to artificial intelligence, or AI. In Chapter 3 of the GFSR, we cover the topic of AI and its implications for capital markets. In the interests of time, I won't go over all of the detail of the report, but will summarize a few key themes. Whilst AI is broadly adopted by many financial institutions and has been for some time, its use in core investment tasks is nascent. When we met with financial market participants to discover how AI technologies were being adopted, most still seem to prefer a human in the loop. Opportunities are currently seen in the most liquid and publicly traded assets, given the availability of data allows AI systems to continuously learn and adapt. At the same time, AI can introduce risks into the system. For example, AI's ability to process vast amounts of data into actionable decisions can increase markets' adjustment speed and volatility. In addition, the reliance on a few third-party AI service providers may also increase operational risks alongside risks of cyber attacks or market manipulation. So given the developments and potential risks to financial stability that are set out, what does this mean in terms of policy recommendations? Again, I won't run through the full list shown here on the slide, but in the near term, the IMF continues to recommend that where inflation risks are receding, easing in monetary policy remains appropriate. Secondly, fiscal adjustments should be gradual and fiscal buffers should be built to reduce debt risks in most nations. And on credit risks and artificial intelligence, authorities should work together to monitor, assess, and manage associated risks to the financial system. I'm going to end my presentation there, and I thank you for your time and look forward to the panel discussion.
Report. May I straight away ask Stephen Miller to sort of take from here and tell us how is he viewing this? The latest IMF assessment about the global economy on growth, inflation. It has called for 3 pivots in terms of the policy now. One, obviously, the monetary policy easing. The bigger elephant in the room is the fiscal policy. And apparently what it says is that the global debt is going to reach $100 billion this year, the public debt, the government part of it, and we would touch 100% of GDP in a matter of few years to 2030. And that to me looks pretty scary scenario, something we haven't been really discussing much. And given the pandemic, I think the fiscal policies have got derailed. So at the same time, it is asking for structural reforms as the third pivot and to push really the structural reforms in a wide array of difficult areas. Now, I know your institution does independent assessment of the global economy, and we are looking forward, I think it's due now. So what is your assessment of the globe? Is it any different from what Sonal's IMF is saying?
Okay, well, this is beautifully out. And it's similar to the had the feeling phone. What's your forecast?
I think she would also say the same thing.
we have a forecast. Both. I think the interesting thing more is the variety. Big difference between the US, which is growing at 2.8, expect to actually boom even more, given that both presidential candidates promised forward. Against that, we have a problem in Europe, and in particular in Germany, which is really struggling at the moment. So it's that sort of variety, if you like. And the same is true in emerging economies as well, where India powering ahead with growth close to 8%, whereas China beginning to run into problems. China is, in fact, one of the exemplars of the problem that Charles mentioned earlier about demographics. China has a major demographic crisis approaching. On top of that, there's a big problem in the housing market there. I was at a presentation the other day where somebody suggested that the average price of a house compared to average earnings in Shanghai was about 40. We worry about it in London, where it's about like 5 or 6. I think London house prices, don't buy a house in Shanghai, I think, is the thing. That will have to crash. I mean, that is completely non-sustainable. So problems in China moving forward. India is carrying the emerging world with it. I mean, the big problem, though, for the world economy at the minute is something that was highlighted by Charles and then by Mridil, which is fiscal policy. Government borrowing is fine as long as the economy is growing faster than the real rate of interest. But what we have noticed, what's been clear, is that the world economy is now growing slower than it used to. And at the same time, real interest rates are rising relative to where they were even 10 years ago. And that means that sorting out or dealing with any emerging shock is going to be much harder for any government. Riddle mentioned the magical figure of 100%. It's 98.5, we think, in the UK at the minute, the debt to GDP ratio. At the same time, government services are screaming out for additional funding. At the same time, the world has become a much more dangerous place. Defense spending around the world, I think, is going to have to go up. At the same time, the whole world needs to get to net zero. And that's going to require a heck of a lot of investment spending. So all of these calls on spending at a time when debt levels are already high, the only way to deal, well, there are two ways of dealing with it. One is you just have to tax a much larger proportion of the economy. That's, of course, politically very difficult, but it is something that I think is inevitable throughout the world. And then the second way of doing it is to just inflate the debt away. And I think, in a way, that's the central message of Charles's book.
I don't think Charles will like that at all. But
well, I think Charles's book makes the point that the only practical way that governments are going to deal with this debt is if inflation is higher in the future. That would be my read on that. So really, fiscal policy, I think, is the big problem in the world at the minute. And yeah, I wish various finance ministers around the world the luck that Charles wished central bankers.
He was clearly pointing to the Domer condition, basically in context of the central bank independence from the fiscal, basically dominance of the monetary policy. But let me go over to David, and I'll come back to you because I have specific questions to ask you on the fisc. But David, clearly Sonal and he both have raised some issues of financial stability angles, macroprudential vulnerabilities. AI is an elephant in a room. We have been discussing since yesterday. Professor Subhashish had raised that earlier in the panel on education. And clearly there are risks which we foresee. I mean, it's also a great productivity boost it is going to give. The other day, Philip was basically telling us 0.68% TFPG growth per year, which is a phenomenal sort of a number compared to Esimologu's 0.71 over a 10-year period. So while we can debate what is the size of the productivity gains from AI, but here we are talking now of vulnerabilities, and that's a very, very significant thing. I'm also seeing a whole lot of banking changing in terms of programmable deposits coming through in some form, tokenized deposits coming in. Every bank, iBank seems to be working on a whole lot of financial innovations in this respect. And that's make the whole thing scary. How do you view all this, David, and what are the other areas of macroprudential vulnerabilities?
Thank you very much. Can I just check you can hear me at the back? Yes, lovely. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to say in my opening remarks kind of dovetails quite nicely with the previous panelists' remarks. So I think I'm interested in, firstly, from a top-down perspective, what should be the appropriate macroeconomic policy mix at this juncture? So we have, Sunil described easing monetary policy, easing financial conditions. They're still probably restrictive relative to neutral rates, but we're on a path, hopefully, towards something like a soft landing in that respect. But there are clearly risks around that. So I think the path for monetary policy will be kind of slow, gradual easing. We've just heard about fiscal policy and kind of what's happening in there, the challenges of debt sustainability, and possibly some expansion in the United States. I think this is, for me, very clearly a time where macroprudential policymakers need to be thinking about building additional buffers into the financial system. So if I think about the kind of risks that the financial system faces now relative to, I guess, the pre-pandemic era, the world just seems undoubtedly much riskier. We heard about geopolitical risks. There are issues around, the path of monetary policy is another thing one could point to, commercial real estate markets. We've got a growth in private credit markets as well. So there's a whole host of things you could point to. But very clearly for me, the direction should be building additional resilience into the financial system. Now, a part of that is dealing with the banking system. So very specifically, if I was advising macroprudential policymakers right now, I'd say you should be increasing capital buffers and liquidity buffers for banks. But Sunil, you also talked a lot about the non-bank, and your GFSR, which is excellent, by the way, has a lot of detail about the non-bank financial system, which is growing very rapidly, has been growing very rapidly over the last 10 years, partly in response to the regulations we've put on banks. And I think this is an area where it's really a blind spot for financial regulators. We don't have good enough data to understand the vulnerabilities that are building up here. And it really should be priority number one to put in place measures that restrict liquidity transformation and leverage in those sectors. So that would be the kind of headline areas I'd be looking at from a macroprudential policy perspective. Maybe I'll stop there so we can have a discussion.
Thank you. Charles, I have to come to you. I mean, we need your advice with the decades of experience. Sonal and raised the fiscal part of the thing, and we had this issue of inflating away the debt. We are also facing new challenges for the inflation targeting, given that we don't see the fiscal compression which is needed for central bank autonomies and monetary policy to work coming through. Even after the pandemic normalization, one could understand what happened during the pandemic, but the normalization part now, do you think it is time for central banks to sort of pivot big way on the fiscal side and return to hard inflation targeting? Or do you think we can continue for a few more years like this? We in India have recently kicked off a huge debate with the chief economic advisor suggesting that inflation targeting framework is not best suited. And basically we should go back to multiple indicator approach or things like that. Now, apparently there has been a huge pushback on that from the central bank side. And this is actually his academic view rather than probably more official view, though it has found space in the government's economic survey. So where does the inflation targeting stand? And especially, we are talking of political changes elsewhere. I mean, India is not that probably mattering for the global inflation targeting, but there is this political change which may come elsewhere in the globe. And if those powers change, and do you see inflation targeting undergoing a significant reaching in terms of framework?
Not at the moment. One of my concerns with macroeconomics and forecasting is that it concentrates on what I regard as rather the short term. And almost everything that I was trying to talk about, medium to longer term. The view of the IMF, National Institute, saying is exactly correct. I don't have any argument. But it effectively is about a year and a half away. Can't forecast much. So you're sort of stuck. But the situation that we've got is because of the reversal of energy costs, recovery of the supply, the rest of that, the inflation rate had over the past 2 years come back quite dramatically. And that has straight go down. That makes the market very happy. So there's not going to be any pressure or any change. The problem that I see is not over the next year, but the reasons when the reduction falls out of the year-on-year inflation estimate, and when continuing up, at some point, I would guess probably out there, suddenly people are going to realize trend is no longer down. When that happens, there's a realization in markets, trend is this, and you've got the problems of likely lower growth and higher interest. Very right. Then there's going to be, I think, a major sudden shock. We're not ready for it. Now, David very rightly said that we ought to be building buffers against the possibility. Again, everyone is very short term. What has been happening with buffers? Look at the United States. The US, the suggestion that I said, Michael Barr, who's admittedly somewhat capital ratio requirement, largest 90%. Given the general soft landing, everything fine, down, there was absolutely, that was, lobbying was, Fed has effectively had to back down. Figure has gone from 99. The idea that we are going to build buffers against worsening the medium term issues just doesn't come into the picture at all. And we're all short-termist. A week is a huge long time in terms of marketing. 2 years is forever. And I think that we're building up problems ourselves. And David and Steve talk correctly that the problem is medium to longer term answer at all. Hope for that.
Got that. I have to make one remark giving this is a globalized Indian thought conference. I mean, the Vasudev Kutumbakam word is one sort of a thought which India tried to promote, didn't go through. We couldn't resolve the Ukraine, we couldn't resolve, and now we have the Middle East. So the things are going to turn from bad to worse unless we are able to sort of get on top of it from the geopolitical angle. But coming back to you, Stephen, the budget is around the corner. On October 30, do you think a significant cut in gross fiscal deficit is in the offing? Would the taxes be raised? On November 7, would the Bank of England MPC cut 50 basis point, given the conditions you are in now, with growth for 10 quarters being less than 1%, 2 quarters of contractions?
Well, okay, I'll start with the bank. I think they're going to cut. I think it's only going to be 25. And the problem is, it's all very well saying, you know, growth is low in the UK. The trouble is that trend growth is low in the UK. 1%, and you're probably not opening up any output. 1% is probably right around trend. So you don't want to respond to that by loosening. So what you want to do, and this is what we are looking for in the budget next week, is finding ways of increasing that growth rate. And to do that, you might want to see investment in infrastructure, investment in R&D, investment in education and skills. Of course, the problem with all of that is that these investments are very long-term, and in the short run, they're costly. So in the short run, your debt goes up even more. And, you know, we have fiscal rules in place that say you have to have your debt coming down in 5 years' time. Well, those sorts of longer-term investments, that sort of longer-term thinking, it's not going to pay in 5 years, so you wouldn't do it. And so what NISA have been arguing for a very, very long time is a new way of thinking about fiscal policy where we don't have these short-run targets. We concentrate in our presentations, let's call it, rather than a budget, well, we have a budget, but we have a state of the nation address, if you like, that says, you know, this is what we're trying to achieve with government policy, and this is how well we're doing against it. And so so people move away from concentrating on the arbitrary targets to thinking about what are we actually trying to achieve with fiscal policy. Now, I know what everyone is thinking. You're thinking, well, okay, whatever happened to budgets, to fiscal sustainability? Well, you still need to worry about that. But what you do is you ask an independent organization who understand the concept of long-run fiscal sustainability. You ask them to do the calculations and ask them to prepare the report that says, you know, these policies are sustainable, these policies are not sustainable. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see any of that at the budget next week. We are going to see a change in the fiscal target that was announced yesterday, but it's, as far as I know, at any rate, it is still going to be a 5-year one, so it's going to miss the point of the investment thing. And we are going to see rises in national insurance contributions because there is a spending deficit which needs to be dealt with. So I'm not particularly hopeful. I'm expecting a fairly contractionary budget next week. Which is probably not what the country needs just now.
Okay. Quick question to both Sonal and David, and then we'll take a few from the floor. Let's see. On the risks we have talked about, one, basically the non-bank financial intermediation. So the latest Financial Stability Board report puts the size of them at 50% of the market. I mean, we had never seen this size earlier. So is it that there's a lot of disintermediation going around the financial institutions from banks to non-banks? I mean, does that make us worry about the Gerlishaw effects? does it also sound that the monetary policy would be less effective? What are the financial stability risks attendant to that? And then the carry trade. Sonal, do IMF have a clear grasp on the numbers of how much is the carry trade across various currencies and geographies? How much of it was unwinded in August? How much more can get unwinded? So maybe Sonal, you can go first.
Thanks, Mridul. So I think getting any sorts of figures on carry trades and the size and magnitude is particularly difficult. And it's particularly difficult for the IMF. We don't have the ability or the jurisdiction authority to go and ask financial market participants and banks for that data. What we can do, and what the chart that I put up showed, is use available data. So the CFTC data is something that we've used. We have seen, following the August episode, you saw sell-side research put out estimates that 75% of carry trades had been unwound. But in all honesty, it's just not possible to monitor this with any sort of certainty. I think the error bands around it are probably very large. But coming back to the broader point around non-bank financial institutions and what episodes like August show us is that, and this is something that the GFSR is alongside the FSB is calling for, is that we need more data. We need to close those data gaps pretty quickly. But we also need to ensure that there are some liquidity facilities available in times of stress. So something that my old, actually all of us have worked at the Bank of England, but some really interesting work that's coming out of the Bank of England in particular is around setting up a liquidity facility for NBFIs to access during periods of market stress. So these sort of forward planning measures, I think, are absolutely the right sorts of things policymakers should be looking at. And I do agree with Charles. I mean, rolling back capital requirements just feels wrong, really, at this stage of the cycle. But I'll pass over to David to add.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think it's a very good question as well. And Charles, you're of course completely right that there's the political reality of what's happened with Basel III and trying to implement these rules, not just in the United States, but also in the UK. We've revised the rules downwards in terms of initial plans. So there's that kind of reality that's an important check. On the non-bank financial system, I mean, it's quite a clumsy term, I think. I wish we had a better way of describing this. We mean, I guess, the kind of complex of pension funds, insurance companies, investment funds, hedge funds, and so on. They all have very different business models. So that's why it's a clumsy term. But I think it has both benefits and costs. That's maybe the first thing to say. So there is a view, which I think is probably correct, which is it's advantageous to have other sources of finance that can step in and provide credit to the real economy, to large corporates, if there are issues in the banking system. So right now, as we've tightened restrictions on banks, it's kind of a good thing that the non-bank financial system has been providing more finance, allowing the economy to grow, the global economy to grow. So that's kind of the good side of it. But I think there are specific vulnerabilities that have been identified for over 10 years now. We've been talking about these issues. So specifically, the use of leverage, large amounts of leverage in particular hedge fund strategies, but also liquidity transformation in investment funds. So the idea that if I'm investing in an ETF or a mutual fund, and that mutual fund has basically got assets like commercial property or illiquid corporate bonds, there's a problem if everybody wants their money back in short order. So these sort of issues, people are well aware of them, and it's just a matter of putting in place some baseline regulations to deal with the issue.
So one takeaway which I take from Sonal is that if 75%, of course she said I can't vouch for the figures, but if market feels 75% of the carry trade is unwinded, is that something we can breathe easy, or is it because you think BOJ has reached its sort of hiking cycle and may find it tough to continue with it? Either of you? Anybody from the panel?
And I think I think I would say following the August episode, I think those numbers and estimates of that particular carry trade being unwound, I wouldn't read into what that tells us about market expectations for the BOJ's policy path. I think it was just a sort of knee-jerk reaction to the fact that interest rate differentials had narrowed and asset prices had moved quite quickly. I think in terms of the BOJ, what you're hearing from policymakers there more recently is that they're going to be proceeding with greater caution in terms of their monetary policy tightening. So I think we'll just have to see kind of how they move forward with that.
So how much more monetary space do you see, Charles, we have? How much monetary and fiscal space do we have at current juncture?
I think that particularly after what I expect from Rachel Reeves's budget, I think the UK is relatively well placed. The countries I'm much more worried about are USA and France. In both cases, for sort of quasi-political reasons. I think it is really quite remarkable, given the developments in fiscal debt ratios and deficits in the US, but neither political are raising the issue at all. And I think that I think that is quite extraordinary and something to be really quite seriously deplored. And I think that, the IMF have made that point.
Great.
As much as, given the political sensitivities, it has made that point as strongly as it possibly can.
That's nice to put. Open to the floor, please. We have quite a few people who might want to ask you. I mean, of course, there will be some who want to know about their EMIs, but there are others who may also want to know more about the economics of it. So both ways, you're welcome. Yeah, Professor Rudro. Okay.
It's okay. Thank you for the very interesting discussion. I was just wondering about, there's a recent academic literature on heterogeneous effects of monetary policy. So given that we have inequalities of all sorts, economic inequality and social inequality, which are not going away, they are in fact widening. Does any panelist have any thoughts of the role that monetary policy can have to reduce inequality, or should monetary policy continue to focus on macro aggregates?
Okay.
Well, so my view, for what it's worth, is that the central bank should not be worrying about inequality. It's not the job of the central bank. It is very much the job of the elected government of the day. And fiscal policy, tax and subsidy, seems a tool that's much more geared towards sorting inequality out than the very sort of blunt instrument, if you like, of monetary policy. Right. So for both the practical and the, if you like, political with a small p issues around this, no, I don't think the central bank should be interfering.
Also climate change, would you add to that?
I don't think they should. I don't think climate change is their responsibility either. It's right. It's up to. I mean, the bank clearly needs to understand the effects of monetary policy, and the central bank clearly needs to understand the effects of its policy.
So I agree. Monetary policy should concentrate on what it can do best. But anyway, I'm open to views from David and maybe Charles at the end, because we need to know from him.
The risk of being boring. I mean, I very much agree that. With the end point of where Stephen came out at, I do think we should recognise that QE has probably had an impact on inequality. I don't think there's been an awful lot of central bank research that's been brave enough to kind of explore that issue. And central banks are very keen to almost brush it under the carpet to say the impacts of our policies are really aggregate rather than distributional. I don't think that's actually right. Many central banks are also in the game of macroprudential policies, where the impacts on the distributional impacts of those policies are much clearer. So if you're imposing loan-to-value restrictions or that type of thing, this is obviously having an impact on people's ability to access the housing market. But I still think there's one issue about analyzing and understanding the issues, but it's ultimately a fiscal policy issue.
No, yeah, I think you hit the nail. This was on my conscience when I was on the Monetary Policy Committee during the pandemic period, invoking heterogeneous agent New Keynesian models actually to keep policy easy, but was also seeing that the flood of liquidity we are giving is actually being routed through mutual funds and NBFCs to the HNIs, who are then punting it on the stocks and sort of getting the wealth effects. It was a tough call to ignore that because the first priority was to get asset prices up and economy reviving. I don't know, but over to Charles.
I agree with my colleague.
Great.
We've all had sort of Bank of England.
So maybe that gives us time for one more question from the floor, one or two. Quick question.
So I'm not an economist, so my knowledge target was try to understand 2% of the discussion, right? But Professor Goodhart, as someone who effectively quotes your law pretty much every month, I wanted to understand at what point did you realize that what you said was so profound that has ramifications all across?
Okay.
It was actually slightly a throwaway joke, because what had happened was that virtually all the central banks had turned to monetary targetry in the early 1970s. One of the reasons for that was that the energy shock that occurred in 1974 with the 4-day war and all that was common to virtually every country. But different countries had very different inflation results. And Germany, which was keen on monetary target, had the best result. And for various reasons, we had a very loose monetary growth, broad money at the time. We had very bad monetary results. And partly for practical reasons, partly because of theory with Milton Friedman and the rest, central banks in the early 1970s all began to turn to monetary targetry. But one of the problems with monetary targetry is that there are many different definitions of money. You can go from a very narrow definition known as M0, which is effectively liabilities of the central bank, to narrow money, which is effectively currency plus sight deposits, to broad money, which is effectively all bank deposits plus currency, to something wider than that, to something like divisia money. There are about 4 or 5 different. Whichever definition the central bank took, sort of early mid-1970s, immediately started going wrong in the sense that the relationship with nominal income sort of broke down. And I thought that this was because when you change policy, it's not just that the people who are affected change what. So the people who are introducing the policy also change what they're doing, because they will take particular kinds of steps to make their policy number come out right, which means that because they're changing the way that they're doing, and it's not just the Lucas critique that people will change their response, it's that the people changing the policy will change their results as well. So I sort of came out with this sort of, actually was jokey comment about Goodhart's law. And it's, of course, what, and it's what I'm now best known for. And I like to think it was a tiny part of my overall economic career. But it is better to be known for a joke, not to be known at all.
I think it's a good note to end the discussions indeed. I mean, we had a fascinating discussion, and let me, we'd like to comment on behalf, but thanks to all the panelists for readily agreeing to come over here. And it has been really great to have your views, and Sonal, your insights straight from the fund's overnight releases, and also the rich experience we had from all three of you, the guidance. We hope to continue our engagement with IMK in some form later on. Let's see how we work it out. Thank you so much. Professor Debashish Chatterjee, may we request him, Director, to give. Thank you so much indeed. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
Let's break for tea. Tea and coffee is over the next hall. And in 10 to 15 minutes, please assemble in the same hall for the Swami session.
GIP 2020 is IIM's signature convention. This is also our institutional mission, our design principle, and the basis of our aspiration to be counted among the world's best schools. IIM Kozhikode has, in a modest way, advanced India's global footprints. Our vision for 2047, the centenary of Indian independence, and the golden jubilee of IIMK. The museum is a repository of knowledge about Indian business heritage that would broaden the discourse on Indian business, introducing historical depth and a sense of rootedness in Indian culture. Globalizing Indian thought is about creating a confident and secure identity as Indians to strengthen our roots and give wings to our new generations. India has probably discovered the third way of geo-relational leadership of the world. Both the US and China has had problems with their GPS system, G for guilt, E for pride, S for shame. India's core ethos has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the universe of borderless humanism. Unlike the US and China, India's sadhana has not just been to be the best in the world, but perhaps to be the best for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be unwise on my part to speak any more about someone who literally needs no introduction anywhere in the world today. So here is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi delivering the inaugural speech for GIP 2020. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I'm delighted to address a conference on globalizing Indian thought at a prestigious center of learning like the IIM Kozhikode. It is a matter of joy that such well-known centers of learning are taking interest in these subjects. I hope seminars such as this popularize more aspects of Indian thought among people. With this, I conclude my remarks and convey my best wishes to IIM Kozhikode. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister to do the honors for digital unveiling of the statue of Swami Vivekananda in our campus and dedicate this to us.
Two, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Right, so good morning, and I'm delighted to kickstart the next in our wonderful series of keynotes. The next keynote is by Swami Sarvasanandanda, Minister in Charge, Ramakrishna Vedanta Center, UK. Sir, may I request you please join us on the stage? Thank you. Before I formally introduce Swamiji, may I request our Director, Professor Chatterjee, to kindly give him a bouquet as a mark of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Swami Sarvasanandanda serves as the Minister in Charge of the Ramakrishna Vedanta Center in UK, a spiritual hub dedicated to promoting Vedanta philosophy. He oversees the spiritual activities of the center, which was founded in 1948. His role involves overseeing religious and community activities, such as organizing spiritual retreats, interfaith dialogues, and lectures on topics including Vedanta philosophy, meditation, and the teachings of Swami Vivekananda. He is deeply engaged in propagating the message of harmony and religious unity as taught by Swami Vivekananda. He actively represents the Ramakrishna order at international forums, including interfaith seminars and peace conferences. In his teachings, he emphasizes the importance of Vedantic philosophy in addressing contemporary issues such as materialism, spiritual emptiness, and social division. His efforts include fostering deeper understanding of spirituality, not only among Hindus, but also across different faith communities in UK and Europe. Under his leadership, the center publishes Vedanta, a bi-monthly magazine that was originally started in 1951 and continues to this day. He has also been involved in charitable initiatives contributing to social welfare projects both in UK and abroad, particularly in countries like India, Germany, and Brazil. So we thank you so much, Swamiji, for being here, and may I hand over the proceedings to you, please. Thank you.
I begin with a universal prayer. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramayah, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. This means let all beings be happy, and by beings we include animals, plants, and even inanimate objects. That's how beings are defined in Indian thought. So let all beings be happy, let there be no sorrow, let all be healthy, peaceful, and let everyone see the positive side of life. And let there be no misery. So this is a very big responsibility. Indian thought, right from beginning, maybe from the Vedic age itself, was always global in its approach and scope. So it's only during the vicissitudes of national life, when there were other thought systems which created some kind of narrowness, and it was always, Indian thought, the characteristic of Indian thought is that it was always global. That's why we say that the whole world is a family. The whole world is a family. So now what's the original theme of this, the theme of this conclave, and I should congratulate Debashish for organizing it in London, a place where Swami Vivekananda, who was one of the first pioneers who attempted to globalize Indian thought, and he succeeded to a very large extent. So he spoke of certain things, how the global world order was shaped through centuries. He gave credit to the Western world as well. And he said India had a role to play in the globalization of the entire world. and all the different phases it had to undergo. He says, 3 civilizations, basically. He narrows down the entire attempt at civilization, civilizations trying to attempt to make the world a better place for everyone to live, a sustainable order. He says 3 main forces that have shaped the global civilization as we find it today. One was the Roman civilization, which excelled in politics, administration, and whatever we see of democracy and all the systems of governance. Basically, he concluded that it was through the Roman civilization, it scattered all over the world, and its influence is felt even today, and it will be felt for a long time to come. Then he said the second force that shaped civilization is the Greek thought. Just like Indian thought, Greek thought had its own contribution to make in the world order, and that was development of arts and sciences. The science and technology that we see today is a result of this basic Greek civilizational thought, which percolated through Europe and, of course, other countries. So the present global order is a mixture of these 2 forces which are trying to shape its destiny. But then what role did Indian thought play in this whole scheme of life? Its contribution was spiritual, to provide a sustainable basis to go and address all the issues, global issues, at a grassroots level. So it went far deeper, as Swami Vivekananda says, and tried to solve the problems. All the other solutions, I'm not saying they are not necessary, used to call them patchwork solutions. We can attempt to solve global issues, sustainability issues, through politics, through socio-economic modes, and also other modes. But it's a kind of patchwork. We try to solve the problem and something else comes up. So it's a very complex phenomena which we are observing today. But India long ago, since that's the unique feature of Indian thought, it always believed in going to the root cause. And it contributed this Indian thought contributed its energy, or you may say, thoughts are actually forces that shape human history. You see the 95 Theses, which Martin Luther, a few thoughts, 95 Theses, which he used nails and they were embedded in the church door. They were responsible for changing the entire religious history. The Protestant movement began with ideas. So ideas are power, thoughts are power, and they create a lot of impact. So Indian thought has continued to impact global world order. So now, if you compare the idea of globalization 50 years ago, perhaps still 50 years ago, if we see, it was understood in terms of nations, empires trying to exploit, conquer each other. Each one thought by expansion, by colonization, they can make the world a better place. So in the past, it was understood in those terms. But in the present, globalization has become much more complex because the advance in information and communication technology, it means increased communication, increased trade, increased interdependencies, and also increased division of labor. And AI has a share in that as well, displacing labor to a certain extent. So all these complex issues have taken a new shape. But if we see the challenges that face the global world order, sustainable global order, we find that India has offered some wonderful solutions which are relevant today. So what are those solutions? And Swami Vivekananda said, that he is one of the pioneers of trying to integrate Indian global thought, and said world civilization cannot do without these three streams of thought. So the future will be harmony of these three streams. If they live in harmony with each other, then we can expect the benefits of science and technology. Of course, it has a positive side, the negative side. The Greek civilization cannot be ignored. What we are today is because of the contribution made by the Greeks in the fields of arts and sciences. But if you see the Romans, they gave us this idea of organization, the idea of different political systems. So Swami Vivekananda believed that these systems have left a lasting impact on civilization, and the role Indian thought has played when these empires, when these colonies were being built, India always supplied the spiritual thought which would unify or create a saner global order, saner and sustainable global order. So what are the unique things? Some of the points were discussed by Rishi Sonak in the first session. So we try to recapitulate what he said briefly. He mentioned the rhythm, the world cosmic order, which is a very ancient concept from the Vedas. Vedas are the, foundation of Indian thought. So rhythm and the individual responsibility that involves a global cosmic order has to be respected, and dharma is that which, the concept of dharma that was developed later on, helps us at the individual level to be a cog in the wheel, as he said. It's our responsibility to not to disturb this rhythm or the global or the cosmic order. It's a very ancient concept, and it has wonderful relevance today. Now, coming further, we find this environmental issues and other things. We are trying to solve them using different political and economic and other methods by signing, by organizing different conventions. We try to solve it in different ways, trying to make pacts and organize huge meetings like COP and all those things. But why doesn't it work? Because at the fundamental level, at a subjective level, Indians believed that you have to go, Indian thought believed that it is at the grassroots level, the fundamental subjective level, that one has to address these issues, and then it spawns out to other social and other levels. So one of the other things is the concept of yajna, as I said. When we deal with nature, if we have to maintain this cosmic order, when we deal, the Indian thought always emphasized that there is a concept known as yajna, which is originally meant to be a ritualistic sacrifice, but there's a deeper meaning. Whatever you take from society or from nature, you have to return it back. Otherwise, the balance cannot be maintained. The global cosmic order will be disturbed. You cannot deplete the resources. So this idea of yajna, which we find developed very well in the Bhagavad Gita, which is a later system of Indian thought. After the Vedas, we'll find the same rhythm, concept of rhythm, was discussed at a different level, and we called different yajnas. That to have a sustainable future, you have to give back to nature, give back to creation, what you take from it. So that is another tendency, or that is another trend. The second thing, there are two major things which characterize Indian thought. They're very important to understand because they have global implications. How we work out those global implications, because they form the fundamental ideas of Vedanta, which is a philosophy which is universal in its scope. It's not restricted to any particular nationality, ethnicity, race. It can form the basis of a universal philosophy because it is based on scientific reasoning. It is a scientific approach to the problems of life. So in this global context, you'll find there are two basic principles of Vedanta which Indian thought has contributed to the entire world. And they are very vast in scope. We cannot discuss this in a limited time frame. One of them is interconnectedness of the universe. Vivekananda nicely defined it by saying that every atom in this universe, you cannot localize problems. Problems are always global. He went to the extent of anticipating some of the theories of quantum physics, which now are being proved, even at the material level. Every atom, he says, drags the whole universe behind it. So you can't have problems which can be solved at local level. We have to be international in scope, global in scope, because your prosperity will affect somebody else's prosperity. You cannot grow at the cost of another. Swami Vivekananda said, if the nations have become rich, it is at the cost of poorer nations. So to maintain this global order, this interconnectedness of the universe is one basic principle of Vedanta, which Indian thought has contributed to the world. And the second is, which Swami Vivekananda nicely put it, he was once asked to define civilization. This is a slightly difficult concept to understand. He was asked to define civilization. He gave a wonderful definition, which will, I think, many people like Samuel Huntington and all, they talk of clash of civilizations and many other things. But he gave a fundamental definition, which is one of the best definitions of civilization. He said, of course, that's the basis of Indian thought, that the progressive reading of spirit or consciousness into matter. It may be a difficult term to understand what consciousness really means. The progressive reading of spirit into matters. The word he used was spirit, but nowadays we use the word consciousness. So the more we read spirit into matter, the less material we are, the more progressive we are. That's his definition, because civilization can survive if the spirit triumphs over matter. That's what Jesus said. That's all the religious giants of the world, the prophets said. It's the kingdom of spirit that Jesus came to establish. Not the kingdom which is normally was understood. He was misunderstood by the Roman Empire that he was the king of the Jews. He was a king, no doubt, but he was the king of the spiritual empire. So this progressive reading, Swami Vivekananda said, if you ask me to define civilization, that civilization is the most progressive, where the progressive reading of spirit into matter. So the more you focus on higher and higher levels of consciousness, we have a saner and a more sustainable global order, because everything else is impermanent. The changing world, the more you go towards the gross, there's a concept in yoga and Sankhya, which is known as Purusha and Prakriti. The consciousness, which is the Purusha, animates the Prakriti, which is otherwise inert. So dealing with Prakriti, you have to deal with the Purusha, or the conscious principle within all of us, not only human beings, but also in the plants. In fact, Jalaluddin Rumi says consciousness pervades the stones also. That was something surprising, because he was influenced by Vedantic thought. We think consciousness is a prerogative of animals and plant life and living beings. But he says something, there's a beautiful verse where he says, consciousness is active in living beings, it is static in stones, but consciousness is still there. That's the idea of consciousness that the world needs today. A lot of research has been done in modern quantum physics, how to find out what is the conscious principle behind the apparently unconscious, uncontrollable, or the changing phenomena of the world that we see around us. This was one of the greatest discovery. And at the subjective level, this consciousness has to be realized. According to Vedanta, this conscious principle leads to a faculty which is known as intuition. According to Western psychology, we have three faculties of the mind: the capacity to think, the capacity to feel, and the capacity to will. These are the normally understood to be the three faculties. But there's a fourth faculty which can be, which our Indian thought discovered. That's the consciousness within the human personality is through a process which is known as control of the mind, restraining thoughts. When you restrain thoughts, according to Patanjali's yoga and Sankhya philosophy, it generates tremendous power. And the reactive mind, which is often trying to look for solutions through thinking, through cognition, through feeling, and also through using its willpower. These are the three faculties that we normally use to solve our problems. But there's a fourth faculty, which is the greatest discovery, the power of buddhi, or it is the wisdom which helps us to make the right choices. You may have a very skilled mind, a reactive mind, which is highly skilled. It can do a lot of problem solving. But the real solution comes when this dhi is awakened. That's the whole essence behind this Gayatri mantra. The Gayatri, at the age of 5, between 6 and 8, a child was supposed to be taught this technique of developing that intuitive power which will convert his knowledge into wisdom. That's one of the greatest discoveries. That is one of the greatest mantras of the Vedas. Dhiyo yona prachodayata. Dhi means let that wisdom be generated in me so that I make the right choices. Though I know there are certain choices that I should make in life, but I'm unable to make it because the other three faculties, thinking, feeling, and willing, they overpower. They become more dominant. But the Indian spirituality or Vedanta discovered that this, especially the science of yoga, Patanjali's yoga, they said unless this dhi is awakened, the fourth faculty, which can be done only by restraining the mind. When the mind becomes calm, that's why the whole of Buddhism, the whole of Asian thought gives so much importance to mindfulness, all the ideas of dealing with the mind, calming down the mind so that we can look at things from a proper perspective. With a restless mind, our solutions will be at the most temporary. We'll do some kind of patchwork. Our intellect is limited in its scope. Our thinking, our capacity to cognize, cognition, even feeling. We may have wonderful feelings. But the right solution comes when this fourth faculty, which is done by a system of thought which is known as Raj Yoga or Patanjali's yoga. So we have four faculties of the human mind, and if there is harmony in our own personality, then we can expect solutions to the problems that we face in the world today. The problem of thinking through Jnana Yoga, through proper thinking, reasoning, just as we use the principles of reasoning to find out truth in sciences, material sciences, external sciences. There's nothing wrong in that. That's how science has developed, technology has developed, using the reasoning faculty. Swami Vivekananda said that has to be developed. But along with that, the power, the compassion, the feeling part of it, through Bhakti Yoga, that is another of the yogas which Indian thought contributed to the world, through feeling. Of course, Bhakti Yoga is there in other religious traditions as well. The power of prayer, the power of subliming our emotions so that we can be more compassionate. Yesterday, Devashish made a wonderful point. He said impermanence leads to compassion. How does it do? Because we see that devotion to a personal God, if we believe in a personal God, and if we consider that everything changes, everything vanishes in this world. Impermanence is the very nature of Prakriti. That is what Buddhism, they focus so much on impermanence. But the only thing that is permanent is the ideal, the consciousness, the eternal conscious principle which we call God. Our personal God, maybe it's a personal God. So bhakti to that, devotion, gives rise to compassion by subliming our emotional side of human personality. Then we develop the will through Karma Yoga. Mere thoughts are not enough. Swami Vivekananda used to emphasize a lot. He says India needs development of willpower because unless you do Karma Yoga, unless you work out the solutions, convert thoughts into actions. They'll be simply frozen ideas in the brain. It's of no use to anyone. They have to be converted into concrete action. That's why I said that is where the West comes. The contribution of the West is to increase this willpower, this tremendous energy, perseverance. He said, we want that. The Greeks gave us, the Romans gave us that. And he said, Indians will do well to develop that willpower. So there is a harmony of all these four faculties that is necessary. But India's main contribution, as I said, and that will complement the other three development in the other three faculties, the faculty of intuition, which is perhaps missing not only in the global world order, but even in India. So India has to understand what's the basis of Indian thought. And we have to, before globalizing Indian thought, I think we have to first really Indianize Indian thought. We seem to have forgotten this because there has been so much of overwhelming influence of the other three faculties. We are intellectual giants. We have sacrificed feeling for empathy and sympathy for intellectual development. We have more focused on intellectual development, and to a certain extent, we have developed our wills to succeed in life. And that has given us material success, nothing wrong with that. But then not at the cost of this intuitive faculty, which is a unique contribution. Wherever colonies have been formed, wherever thoughts have come together, Swami Vivekananda says it is Indian thought silently has percolated through Buddhism, through other systems of thought which are indigenous, through Jainism and through other thoughts, Eastern thought. That has been the contribution to the West, that there is a power of intuition which can only be unfolded if there is some kind of stability. The mental waves are stabilized. And then you can think clearly. When the mind is restless, you can't find eternal solutions can be found. There cannot be, as Swami Vivekananda said, there cannot be a worldly solution to a worldly problem. The problems of the world cannot be solved by worldly means. Though it may, we can do some patchwork and postpone the inevitable. But he said there can only be a spiritual solution to our worldly problems. This is the greatest Indian discovery. And I'm very happy that this conclave, this is the land where Swami Vivekananda had a lot of hopes. When he came here, spent nearly 300 days here, and some of his English disciples were instrumental in helping him to work out his global mission of making this universal Vedanta spread all over the world. Four important English disciples I'll not discuss. It's part of history. Goodwin was one Englishman who recorded all his speeches. Whatever we have today, the wonderful ideas of Vedanta would not have been possible if Goodwin, the stenographer, did not. He was an English disciple, very loyal English disciple. Captain and Mrs. Xavier, who sold their entire property in Finchley Road, Finchley, to start one of the first Advaitic monasteries of the world. I mean, in the sense, a truly globalized institute in Mayavati. They started this institute. It was, and even the Belur Mutt, the headquarters of the Ramakrishna Mission was, the land, there was no money for the land. It was Henrietta Muller, again from England, who contributed monetarily and purchased the entire land, because of which this Ramakrishna Mission and the entire Vedanta movement, universal Vedanta movement that it has unleashed all over the world, was possible. So it's in the fitness of things that this conclave, as the first overseas conclave, has you chosen London for that. And I hope this Indian thought, through conclaves like these, Indian thought will spread all over the world. Indian thought is always global. Only the overwhelming influence of other cultures have perhaps subjugated. For some time, it has been pressed down in India and other places. But there's so much vitality in Indian thought that again and again, in spite of all the problems that India has encountered on the political and other fields, it has always come to its rescue That's why Swami Vivekananda said that the contribution of Indian thought to the world is light spiritual. And if it vanishes from India, of all other places, I'm not talking of the other places, then it will be very difficult, because it has helped India to survive. Not only India, but all the countries. Wherever Indian thought has gone, it has helped them to stabilize and create a saner world order. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swamiji, for that mesmerizing address. I think one of the key takeaways for me personally was that if the starting point is that the whole world is a family and all problems are by logical corollary, local in nature, and if we have some solutions which Indian thought definitely has, then we have no choice but to globalize Indian thought. So thank you so much for putting the conclave in its right context. As a small token of appreciation, may I request Professor Shubhashish Day to kindly, hand over a small memento from the IMK team, please. Thank you so much, Swamiji, please. Thank you. May I request Professor Salman Ali to take over the proceedings for the next stage, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here and honor to invite Professor Tirthankar Roy to the stage and to address for a keynote speech for today. So please. Before I formally introduce Professor Roy, let me invite Professor Deepa Sethi, Dean, Outreach, External Education, Outreach, Internationalization, and Executive Education of IMK to honor with a bouquet of flowers, please. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, Professor Roy is a renowned scholar, as all of you are aware, in the field of economic history, specializing in economic development of South Asia. He is currently a professor in economic history at the London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE. His extensive body of work includes research on colonialism, industrialization, environmental sustainability, and the intersection of climate and economic policies in India. His insights have profoundly shaped our understanding of the region's economic history and its implications for the present day. Among his notable contribution is his recent book. I'm sure some of you would have gone through that, Monsoon Economies, India's History in a Changing Climate. In this work, Professor Roy examines the critical role the monsoon season has played in shaping the economic and social fabric of India, providing a nuanced understanding of how environmental factors influence development. Professor Roy's research is widely respected, and his rigorous analysis offers invaluable perspectives on economic trends and historical transformations. His work has not only enriched the academic community, but also provided key insights for policymakers and historians alike. We're incredibly fortunate to have Professor Roy with us. I'm confident his insights will provoke thoughtful discussions and deepen our collective understanding on some of these important aspects. With that, without further ado, I invite Professor Roy to have an engaging discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just quickly say, see if the, yeah, okay, excellent. Yeah, that's the first slide. Well, I'm delighted to be here and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. It's a great pleasure. Also meeting some of my very old friends and Zoom friends here in person. So that's been wonderful experience. I'm also doubly delighted to promote some of my new works on climate and economic change in historical perspective in what looks like a very promising market. One of them is not out yet, but I mean, these are works which try to understand the influence of climate on long-term economic change. I'm a historian, as you heard. This is a problem that interests me, and I have been writing on it for several years now. But it's also a very futuristic problem. We know that climate is changing. Climate has changed in the past, so human societies adapt. And of course, climate has been around for a very long time. So human societies always adapt. And some of these adaptations in the past could have lessons for the future when climate changes again. I mean, will some of those strategies of adaptation survive, sustain, or does humanity have to find other solutions? So that's the futuristic part of my work, and I'm trying to understand recent works on the science of climate change, especially in the tropical world, to have some answers to that second part of the question, the future part of the question. So this is a work where past has lessons, very direct lessons for the future, and I'm trying to bring them together, especially in the second book. However, today we are a little short of time, and I don't want to be the agent delaying your lunch. So I will shorten the lecture, and I will talk about mainly, give you a flavor of the historical side of my project. If anyone is interested in the futuristic side, I have actually produced a working paper, and do contact me on email. I'll be very happy to send you that email. I'll send you that paper. I'll mainly confine myself to about 25 minutes discussing how I organize thinking about the history of how climate impacts economic change. So, well, climate, of course, exists everywhere, but not everywhere is not part of my, part of this, falls within the scope of this research. So what I'm talking about here is this. If you look at the climate map of the world, you will observe that there are two color codes here, red and dark yellow or yellow ochre, which are very arid areas. That is, they are tropical. They are around the two Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, several hundred miles above or below, and there is a reason for that. And these are very dry, extremely hot areas. But there is a difference between the very red, almost desert regions and the yellowish regions, and which is called the semi-arid tropics or tropical monsoon sometimes. And the focus of my research is really on the tropical monsoon. I will soon explain why that is the case. The tropical monsoon, the yellow region might look like a very thin band in many places, but it's actually one of the most densely populated regions of the world. Something like 30–40% of the world's population live there. And they're usually relatively poor people. That's the region that interests me, and I'll talk about why in a moment. Now, coming from an economic history perspective, there is a very simple answer to that why question. This region, as I said, there's a concentration of relatively poor people for a very long time, for centuries, as far back as we can measure. There's a concentration of poverty and low standards of living in the tropical world, intertropical zone. Inequality between temperate zone, which are relatively richer, and the tropical areas, especially semi-arid areas, which are relatively poorer. increased. It widened in the 19th century because of the industrialization, because of industrial revolution, etc. But in the 20th century, the gap has closed somewhat. And it has closed because of, very high economic growth rate in some of the emerging economies, which are in fact tropical, including India. That's a big example. And I will soon talk about what has been the main driving force there. But just to, as all of you know, I mean, one of the big things has been the tremendous rise in land yield, agricultural yield, agricultural revolution, green revolution. The two big tropical regions in terms of population, South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, both have seen agricultural change in the positive direction, but the green revolution in India has been extremely impressive. That leads us to maybe 4 questions about history and about future of the tropical monsoon region that I'm particularly interested in. One of them is, why has it been poor? And of course, societies didn't just accept their condition, they tried to change it. Humanity does that all the time. That's why history is so interesting, and economic history is particularly interesting. So what did they do in the past? And why have those efforts succeeded relatively more recently in quite dramatic ways, so that the world is becoming less unequal than before? And finally, of course, I mean, now climate is kind of implicit in all of this. I mean, we are talking about a particular geographical zone, so climate is there. And the question at the back of these questions is, how did climate impact economic change in the past, and how has that impact changed in the 20th century? What did people do? But then there is also a futuristic question that you can derive from this. Will those strategies which succeeded in the more recent decades, more recent century, sustain humanity when it faces its next challenge, which is global warming? So that kind of frames what I'm doing in these works. Now, why am I interested in this region, semi-arid tropics? Semi-arid tropics, as you all know, are very hot for certain months of the year because of their tropical location and because of the climate cycle, which is called Hadley cells, the hot air descending around the tropics. And sometimes the temperature extremes are really very high. Now, the interesting thing is that the semi-arid tropics, unlike the really arid areas shown in red in the previous map, have another process, which is the intertropical convergence zones, where trade winds converge and bringing a lot of rains. Now, that's a seasonally concentrated thing, which we know as the monsoon. It goes by different names in different places, but monsoon is a very widely used term. Now, what happens when you combine these two is that you have the cheapest, easiest way of procuring water for agriculture, for sustenance, is surface water. You know, look around London. Most of its water comes from lakes, man-made lakes. Now, these lakes trap rainwater, and they survive because London is in a temperate place. It doesn't get this 50 degrees centigrade for sustained over weeks. If you had that, lakes will dry up. Now, that's what happens in most tropical areas. Surface water dries up. So you have a seasonal water scarcity, which is broken by the monsoon, but the monsoon can be so heavy that you can then have floods, and it's not a controllable water resource. So you have moisture influx, but you cannot control it. And what human societies have been trying to do in the past for a long time is to try to control that. They would store it, they would recycle it between seasons, they would recycle it between wet areas and dry areas. And some of these strategies succeeded in the past, mostly failed when there was a major change in the monsoon intensity. And they have succeeded relatively more in the recent times. So that's the big story here. Now, here's a kind of stylized way of explaining what the temperature and rainfall graph usually looks like. I mean, you'll have a very similar picture from sub-Saharan Africa, from most of India. I mean, all of India is not tropical monsoon. It's not where many of you are based. Kerala is not a tropical monsoon region, but North India is. You have the interesting thing here is that, I mean, if you can imagine a temperate zone temperature line, it will be, for every month of the year, it will be below the temperature line here, considerably below, which means that the evaporation rates are much smaller here in the temperate zones. And if you can imagine a rainfall line, it will be more even than this one, which means that every month of the year gets more rains. Well, most dry months here are far drier than in the temperate zone. Most of rain concentrates in certain weeks, certain months of the year, and that gives rise to this bell shape, which means that you have influx of moisture without which nothing exists, but then it all dries up. And then you have a big problem. So that's the economic problem that I'm trying to understand. I mean, how do societies adapt to that? I mean, you can have different types of climate problems, but this is the one that my work has been about. I mean, there are, if you go back to the past, maybe 300, 400 years, and there's some evidence, not as much as we would like to have, on what people really did past to adapt to this semi-arid situation. What happens when for 6 months you have no water in the neighborhood? What do you do? Well, there are certain patterns of response that are extremely common in most tropical regions, including India. One of them, of course, is that, well, sorry, I'm actually jumping. Oh, I can see the slides here. That's much better. Okay, so going back to this question about why were the tropical regions or the semi-arid tropics relatively poorer for a long time, there are several implications that you can draw from the graphs that I showed. One of them is that the agricultural season is short because you cannot have more than a monsoon-dependent crop unless you have human interventions in storing, recycling water in a very big way. It's not usually possible with private means. You need something else. And also soil is often in tropical regions are not of the best quality because of water retention problems. There's a very high risk of disease because tropical biodiversity is much greater because of the warmth, but also tropics have certain environmental reservoirs of disease. It's not usually, most infectious diseases are not transmitted from people to people. Well, that happens too, but there are also in water, in moist zones, you have bacteria and virus living there. You have historically the absence or limits of perennial water bodies that can survive these seasons, limited the size of cities. There's always very high drought risk because the intertropical convergence zone or the monsoon-bearing clouds never occur with the same strength. Not even do they follow the same pathway every year. And there is no model that predicts this dynamic with accuracy. And because of low land yield, often one livelihood existed side by side with agriculture for a very long time, and that's animal herding. But animal herding is not a great resource for taxation, unlike farmland, and therefore many states in the tropical regions have been relatively poorer, relatively smaller in capacity. So going back to the history, so what happened really when in the past? Well, one of this, in the semi-arid tropics, wherever you go, you'll have archaeological evidence of people struggling with water. And the struggle takes various forms. One of them is what you might call virtual trade in water. That is, different zones which have different ecologies. They trade in water-intensive or less water-intensive goods. And that's been extremely common. There's a big example of that is the Trans-Saharan caravan trade. But there is also, throughout South Asia, we'll have plenty of examples of storage and recycling. There's always movements of people, some unforced, some forced, and forced movements. There's a big body of theory which tells you that forced movements during droughts are a very potent cause for slavery and unfreedom. People often accept subsistence, but trade off their freedom or freedom of labor. In the more recent times, if you take, say, 150 years, then there were several changes that happened. And it happened partly because of European rule, not because the Europeans were more knowledgeable about the tropical ecology, but they struggled to understand it because they came from another ecology and made many false steps, but they were also powerful states, so they could create a certain kind of law, certain kind of property rights. And then more recently, much more recently, in the early 20th century, in fact, moved also into geoengineering in a very big way. That's, that actually delivered quite significant results. Some of the key concepts of geoengineering to control water on a really, really large scale came from the United States, not from the colonial powers. But canals, flood control, irrigation were British engineering was quite good at delivering big projects along those lines. But most of those projects, like the Punjab canals, were limited because they relied on not rainfall, but on river water. And rivers dry up in the dry season. So they're not a reliable resource for this kind of engineering, except in areas like Punjab, where the rivers received snow melt water. So that actually changes Indian geography quite a lot, and that's a big difference between sub-Saharan Africa and India. However, the two types of geoengineering projects that we are much more familiar with today are dams and drills. And both were first used on a very large scale in the arid areas of the Americas, then drills went to Australia. Drills work where you have underground water. You don't have that everywhere, but if you do, then yes, deep drilling can deliver water during dry seasons. Dams are the most intuitive response to the seasonal water supply. If you have a lot of water coming in during July and August, and if you can trap it somehow when the rivers are in full flow, if you can trap them on a large enough scale to withstand evaporation during the dry months, you are safe. Now, that idea is not a new one. Humanity have discovered that idea. People who lived in these regions for thousands of years, and they have been trying to do it. There are lots of archaeological evidence of trying to build a dam, build storages. But they became really large scale, and scale is very important here because if you don't have scale, water will dry up. It's only very large bodies of water that can withstand the fierce heat of the summer months. That succeeded in more recent years, more recent times, and once again, the idea came from the southern United States, but then it became practically global after independence in the second half of the 20th century, when nation after nation moved into this intensive agriculture and industrialization, these two planks for generating rapid development, and both need water control. Dams will generate electricity, which the industries and cities need, and dams will generate drinking water and irrigation water. So with one stone you kill several really difficult challenges you can meet. But the other side of it is that these are enormously capital-intensive projects, and most poor countries didn't have that. So it's the international cooperation, aid funding, politics, Cold War, everything was mixed up in this dam drive, but it became a really, really global drive. Now, deep drilling had already been used in Mexico and Australia, two relatively extremely dry areas, but which actually solved their problem because they had huge underwater resources, underground resources. Deep drilling came to India fairly early, and there was a lobby campaigning for it, but it really became almost universal at the end of the 20th century because the dam drive had faced political resistance. Dams change landscapes, and that has some really bad side effects. If you look at the world's water supply graph, this is not exactly what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about solving seasonality, not total water supply, but there's a connection between the two. There's no proper measure of seasonality or seasonal water supply. If you look at it, you will see that some of the emerging economies actually did much better with water supply. They moved much further ahead, and they needed to because of climate. But then there was a side effect to this. This is what I call the water cross. It's for India and for over 100 years. What it shows is the average per head water access, the upward rising graph. But then there's something called water stress, which is how renewable water is running out, how much of it is you're using or overusing. And that has had a very precipitous fall. So now you'll probably find this across almost every society in the 20th century, is the extent to which this stress graph falls. That's of significance. Now this is water stress, this is the inverse of water stress, if you like. Fall means rising stress. So you have a similar picture from the world today. If you observe the water stress countries, the most stressed countries are the tropical ones. So they have solved a problem, securing water supply, water security, if you like, by creating another one, which is running out of renewable water. Now, water stress rises for a variety of reasons, but two reasons are that the world hasn't really found a good way of agreeing on sharing river basins. There are some agreements, not very secure laws anywhere. And that's been one problem that keeps coming back to us from time to time. The other one is a very big one. It's that underground water is a common property resource. It's an open access resource. And like all open access resources, you can overuse it. So typically you have laws about the well or the pump that is above ground, but there is no law restricting how much you are drawing out. Because no one knows the extent of the underground resources. Now, this is a problem which has engaged lawyers, engaged in environmental law for quite some time. It's a difficult problem, and people are finding solutions, but the solutions haven't been very perfect. So there are varieties of ways in which water stress is managed today, including conservation infrastructure projects, alternative sources, none of which is really very secure ones. So I'm already 7 minutes past 12:30, so I'll probably end here, but move very quickly through the next few slides to go to my conclusion. Okay, yes, so that's the last slide. Okay, so the message of this story here, of which India is an example, is that economic growth of semi-arid tropical regions is closely tied to water, to the ability to manipulate water, the ability to manipulate monsoon for a productive purpose. And climate change actually threatens this model in varieties of ways. The second part of this talk was to understand what ways, how some of the old methods might still work or might not work. Now, well, one of the messages from here, I mean, it's not a uniformly dire or negative message, by the way. I mean, if the world warms up, you have a variety of processes are unleashed. One of them, of course, is a much harsher seasonality. I mean, the summer becomes hotter, the monsoon becomes more volatile, variability increases, but also snow melt increases, and a lot of the net outcome on water access and water stress depends on what happens to snow melt. Now, snow melt is, I mean, Himalayas are a huge resource for water, but what happens to it? I mean, if the world becomes hotter place, well, of course, it might create more water in the rivers that come down from the Himalayas, but also snow accumulation might drop, and it may have less snow than before. So how these two factors interact, we don't know very well. There are a lot of things we don't know very well, but this is one of them, and this is quite crucial for northern India. So for the time being, I think we are at a situation where continued investment in the kind of infrastructure that we are familiar with, that have worked in the past, is probably a good idea. At least there is no message coming from climate change literature which is telling us, don't do this, do something completely different. That's not happening, because most of it gives very contradictory outcomes. However, it's quite likely that continuing to do that, continuing to rely on technology might increase certain types of inequalities, which we already see happening everywhere. I mean, if you go to a big city, we'll see that some of the most water secure people live in rich area flats which have a bore well. If you go to the slums, you will see 30 families sharing a municipal tap. The tap water is coming from a lake or a river. So that kind of inequality is already there, and income doesn't quite capture it. It's a different kind of inequality, but it's a very, very fundamental one. It affects life every day. So, but you can think of several other technologies which can also create inequalities. Some technologies do that, because if you either have access to it or you don't. And if you have access to it, then it can potentially make you way better off than somebody who doesn't have access to it. So that applies to drips, that applies to borewell, that applies to maybe desalination, all sorts of things which are now being tried. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Roy, for a very engaging presentation. In fact, I'm sure like so many of you have questions, but let's address through during our lunch. In fact, I just want to actually point out a couple of things, I mean, from the presentation and what we are doing from IMK side. As some of you might be aware, India is also going through, in fact, Kerala, precisely where IMK belongs to as a state, are also going through some of these issues being discussed. In fact, we witnessed two landslides, very prominent landslides and flooding area, in the last 5 years, which is called the first in 100 years, twice over, in the last 5 years. And the recent one, 3 months back, very near to IMK, it's located Wayanad, we had about 300 plus people losing their lives. Unfortunately, again, historic incident of large scale. So from IMK side, of course, this is one of our key areas of thrust. We are engaged, as we call Satyam, Nityam, and Purnam, the Nityam side. Sustainability is one of our key areas of initiatives. We have our Center for Climate Studies, which are engaged in mapping the entire country as India, in whole districts of our whole countries where they're at different stages of, weather impact, what is having. Recently, we have also tied up with CWRDM, which is our even adjacent campus, Center for Water Research and Development of Management, and there, we have initiated a body to specifically study about the landslides and the effect, or how we can prevent future such incidents. So we are so happy to actually listen through this, and we look forward to engaging you like coming forward at IMK as well in the coming months. Having said that, I invite Professor Rudra Sen Sharma to give a token of appreciation as a memento to Professor Roy. Professor Sharma is like our professor in economics, former dean, but the most important thing I want to mention is he's a former student of Professor Roy. So, thank you. Thank you, Professor Sharma and Professor Roy for engaging discussions. So let's split for lunch and we'll continue discussions over lunch. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Lunch. Hello. Whoever is presenting in the afternoon session for today, kindly finish your lunch and go to the rooms like at least 5-10 minutes prior so that you can upload the presentation and everything happens on time. Thank you.
1500 प्रीलोडेड गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
We were the first institution to start our education model digitally in 2001, breaking the mold of traditional business schools. We have diversified our models of learning, and our flagship programs have equal representation of men and women, changing the dynamics of India. We believe in disruption as the ability to break the existing order and bridge humanities and management through various academic initiatives. Our values of authenticity, sustainability, and fulfillment are not just ends, but means of doing things. We believe in nurturing future leaders with deep human values.
Let me start by telling you what hasn't changed, and that's how beautiful this campus continues to be. What has definitely changed is the infrastructure. We have world-class classrooms, energy efficient with the latest technology. We have hostels, and obviously we have the new sports complex that has come up.
We have created new centers, such as the Laboratory for Innovation, Venturing and Entrepreneurship, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation, Center for Governance, Center for Digital Innovation and Transformation, Center for Climate Studies, and Center for Employment Relations and Labor Studies.
The birth of any B school today is to solve society's problem, India's problem, world's problem, industry problem. We take the industry problems, we bring it here, we co-create it and give it back to the industry. And some of the leading solutions have been born out of IIM Kozhikode.
Our emphasis on entrepreneurship helps to build character and provides the necessary skills to succeed in a constantly evolving business landscape. The exposure to literary and cultural festivals as well as social psychology experiments helps students discover their creative, cultural, and emotional quotient, which is just as important as their intelligence quotient. The statue of Gautama Buddha under the banyan tree is a symbol of peace and enlightenment, providing a serene environment that helps to calm the mind and promote inner reflection. Meanwhile, the Arjuna bow and arrow, our mnemonic at the entrance, serve as a visual reminder of the qualities necessary for success: focus, determination, excellence. The statue of Swami Vivekananda also serves as a source of inspiration, reminding us never to give up until our goals are achieved. We have been in this journey for about 26 years now. We have learned our lessons through success and failures. We understand that we sit in an inspirational space of 1.4 billion people and our responsibility to live up to their aspirations. IIM Kozhikode continues to focus on creating and maintaining academic excellence, developing a diverse community, encouraging social responsibility, fostering imagination, and help stay connected with beautiful minds. Together, let's awaken the spirit of truth, Satyam, embrace the essence of sustainability, Nityam, and pursue path Purnam, fulfillment. one of the most critical elements in a leader's decision-making process is to achieve clarity. But what is clarity? Imagine you're trying to get inside a stadium when 50,000 people are jostling to find their place, and you think through your conventional thought that you can't find your own seat there. But somehow you negotiate, you navigate to the crowd, to the milling crowd, and you find your own designated seat right there. What did you do? You achieve clarity in the clutter of thoughts. In simple language, clarity is lesser thoughts per minute than you had before. You achieve this clarity. The number of thoughts you have per minute, let's say you have 200 thoughts in a minute, and reduce those 200 thoughts to 5 thoughts and finally to 1 thought, you become like an Arjuna who, when asked what is he seeing there, he says, I see the eye of the bird. Now, if he was a conventional archer, there'll be many thoughts in his head. Can I shoot? What is behind there? Who else is shooting? Who is standing here? What's in the background? But all he does is he only thinks of the eye of the bird. When he's asked, what do you see, Arjuna? He says, I see the eye of the bird. Not even the bird, just the eye of the bird. Only one thought in the clutter of thoughts and emotions. And that one thought takes Arjuna home. He hits the target. Because you go to a place called awareness behind your thought structure. And this awareness is what creates great decisions. Gandhi is traveling by a train. One of his shoes falls down on the railway track. Train has begun to move. One shoe is there and one shoe is with Gandhi. As the train moves away from that one shoe, Gandhi takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. And somebody asks him, what did you do, Bapu? He said, look, that one shoe is of no value to the beggar who will find it. One shoe is of no value to me, with me. So I threw it so that it adds value to the person who finds the pair of shoes. At that moment, conventionally, you and I would start thinking, oh, what happened to my shoe? How can I find it? Can I pull that chain? Can I call somebody? But those thoughts are all disconnected, have no meaning, no coherence. But Gandhi does a simple action. He takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. That is clarity. That is clarity beyond conventional thinking. To be able to decide, to be able to increase the decision space in the clutter of thoughts, competing thoughts, requires clarity, and Gandhi demonstrates. He won as a leader because he was clear. GIP 2020 is IIM's signature convention. This is also our institutional mission, our design principle, and the basis of our aspiration to be counted among the world's best schools. IIM Kozhikode has, in a modest way, advanced India's global footprints. Our vision for 2047, the centenary of Indian independence, and the golden jubilee of IIMK. The museum is a repository of knowledge about Indian business heritage that would broaden the discourse on Indian business, introducing historical depth and a sense of rootedness in Indian culture. Globalizing Indian thought is about creating a confident and secure identity as Indians to strengthen our roots and give wings to our new generations. India has probably discovered the third way of geo-relational leadership of the world. Both the US and China has had problems with their GPS system, G for guilt, P for pride, S for shame. India's core ethos has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the universe of borderless humanism. Unlike the US and China, India's sadhana has not just been to be the best in the world, but perhaps to be the best for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be unwise on my part to speak any more about someone who literally needs no introduction anywhere in the world today. So here is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi delivering the inaugural speech for GIP 2020. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I'm delighted to address a conference on globalizing Indian thought at a prestigious center of learning like the IIM Kozhikode. It is a matter of joy that such well-known centers of learning are taking interest in these subjects. I hope seminars such as this popularize more aspects of Indian thought among people. With this, I conclude my remarks and convey my best wishes to IIM Kozhikode. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister to do the honors for digital unveiling of the statue of Swami Vivekananda in our campus and dedicate this to us.
Many years ago, I had a dream. I wanted to figure out what was truly Indian about the Indian Institute of Management. This dream was looking for a destination, and it found one here. So let me ask you, what was this dream? And I'll tell you, this dream was about bridging the distance between hearts and minds, connecting the best of Bharat with the rest of India in pursuit of one singular vision, globalizing Indian thought. As we celebrate our flagship postgraduate program, Silver Jubilee graduation batch, we reflect on the values we hold dear. It's not just about producing competent managers, but good human beings who are compassionate and competent at the same time.
IIM Kozhikode's approach has been more holistic and more realistic in terms of perspectives of management, and this has yielded us excellent results.
Excellence, equity, and inclusion are the heart of our mission. We are proud to have initiated affirmative action to bring gender parity to our flagship program. With a historical low of less than 10% women rising to a high of 54% in 2013, we have repeated this feat in the year 2020 as well, showing our commitment to equity and inclusion. We also understand that our success is measured by the impact we make on our world. As we look ahead, we are focused on making a meaningful contribution to India and the world in the decades to come. Our pursuit of global accreditation reflects on our dedication to being recognized as an excellent institution. We were the first IIM to seek global recognition, starting with AMBA accreditation in 2010. Today, we stand on the cusp of global triple accreditation, a rare feat for Indian B schools. Having a dream is one thing, but pursuing it with persistence and energy is quite another. In that process, we have to negotiate four paradoxes: equity and excellence, global vision rooted in local context, high tech and high touch, agility of systems and stability of timeless values. We are not only consistently ranked among the top 4 Indian institutes of management, but we are also making our mark on the global stage. Our recent leap of 100 spots in the QS World University rankings for both regular and executive MBA programs is a testament to our phenomenal growth. We acknowledge the love of learning, dedication of our faculty, staff, and students, and the vision of our leadership and board of governors that has made it possible.
The kind of success that we've had in the last 25 years is because of the right decisions we have taken and the right things we've done for the right reasons.
Our vision for 2047, creating a roadmap of globalizing Indian thought, is both ambitious and achievable, inspiring at the emotional and cognitive levels and bringing vibrance and positivity to our journey forward. We believe in holistic learning in harmony with nature. Our campus is a gift of abundance, and sustainability is integral to every individual who is part of it. What fulfills your life is a fully lived life itself. Fulfillment is not a distant dream, but a continuum. As an institution, we are dedicated to helping individuals lead fulfilling lives. We were the first institution to start our education model digitally in 2001, breaking the mold of traditional business schools. We have diversified our models of learning, and our flagship programs have equal representation of men and women, changing the dynamics of India. We believe in disruption as the ability to break the existing Many years ago, I had a dream. I wanted to figure out what was truly Indian about the Indian Institute of Management. This dream was looking for a destination, and it found one here. So let me ask you, what was this dream? And I'll tell you, this dream was about bridging the distance between hearts and minds, connecting the best of Bharat with the rest of India in pursuit of one singular vision, globalizing Indian thought. As we celebrate our flagship postgraduate program, Silver Jubilee graduation batch, we reflect on the values we hold dear. It's not just about producing competent managers, but good human beings who are compassionate and competent at the same time.
IIM Kozhikode's approach has been more holistic and more realistic in terms of perspectives of management, and this has yielded us excellent results.
Excellence, equity, and inclusion are the heart of our mission. We are proud to have initiated affirmative action to bring gender parity to our flagship program. With a historical low of less than 10% women rising to a high of 54% in 2013, we have repeated this feat in the year 2020 as well, showing our commitment to equity and inclusion. We also understand that our success is measured by the impact we make on our world. As we look ahead, we are focused on making a meaningful contribution to India and the world in the decades to come. Our pursuit of global accreditation reflects on our dedication to being recognized as an excellent institution. We were the first IIM to seek global recognition, starting with AMBA accreditation in 2010. Today, we stand on the cusp of global triple accreditation, a rare feat for Indian B schools. Having a dream is one thing, but pursuing it with persistence and energy is quite another. In that process, we have to negotiate
IIM Kozhikode's approach has been more holistic and more realistic in terms of perspectives of management, and this has yielded us excellent results.
Excellence, equity, and inclusion are the heart of our mission. We are proud to have initiated affirmative action to bring gender parity to our flagship program. With a historical low of less than 10% women rising to a high of 54% in 2013, we have repeated this feat in the year 2020 as well, showing our commitment to equity and inclusion. We also understand that our success is measured by the impact we make on our world. As we look ahead, we are focused on making a meaningful contribution to India and the world in the decades to come. Our pursuit of global accreditation reflects on our dedication to being recognized as an excellent institution. We were the first IIM to seek global recognition, starting with AMBA accreditation in 2010. Today, we stand on the cusp of global triple accreditation, a rare feat for Indian B schools. Having a dream is one thing, but pursuing it with persistence and energy is quite another. In that process, we have to negotiate four paradoxes: equity and excellence, global vision rooted in local context, high tech and high touch, agility of systems and stability of timeless values. We are not only consistently ranked among the top 4 Indian institutes of management, but we are also making our mark on the global stage. Our recent leap of 100 spots in the QS World University rankings for both regular and executive MBA programs is a testament to our phenomenal growth. We acknowledge the love of learning, dedication of our faculty, staff, and students, and the vision of our leadership and board of governors that has made it possible.
The kind of success that we've had in the last 25 years is because of the right decisions we have taken and the right things we've done for the right reasons.
Our vision for 2047, creating a roadmap of globalizing Indian thought, is both ambitious and achievable, inspiring at the emotional and cognitive levels and bringing vibrance and positivity to our journey forward. We believe in holistic learning in harmony with nature. Our campus is a gift of abundance, and sustainability is integral to every individual who is part of it. What fulfills your life is a fully lived life itself. Fulfillment is not a distant dream, but a continuum. As an institution, we are dedicated to helping individuals lead fulfilling lives. We were the first institution to start our education model digitally in 2001, breaking the mold of traditional business schools. We have diversified our models of learning, and our flagship programs have equal representation of men and women, changing the dynamics of India. We believe in disruption as the ability to break the existing order and bridge humanities and management through various academic initiatives. Our values of authenticity, sustainability, and fulfillment are not just ends, but means of doing things. We believe in nurturing future leaders with deep human values.
Let me start by telling you what hasn't changed, and that's how beautiful this campus continues to be. What has definitely changed is the infrastructure. We have world-class classrooms, energy efficient with the latest technology. We have hostels, and obviously we have the new sports complex that has come up.
We have created new centers, such as the Laboratory for Innovation, Venturing, and Entrepreneurship, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation, Center for Governance, Center for Digital Innovation and Transformation, Center for Climate Studies, and Center for Employment Relations and Labor Studies.
The birth of any B school today is to solve society's problem, India's problem, world's problem, Industry problem. We take the industry problems, we bring it here, we co-create it and give it back to the industry. And some of the leading solutions have been born out of IIM Kozhikode.
Our emphasis on entrepreneurship helps to build character and provides the necessary skills to succeed in a constantly evolving business landscape. The exposure to literary and cultural festivals as well as social psychology experiments help students discover their creative, cultural, and emotional quotient, which is just as important as their intelligence quotient. The statue of Gautama Buddha under the banyan tree is a symbol of peace and enlightenment, providing a serene environment that helps to calm the mind and promote inner reflection. Meanwhile, the Arjuna bow and arrow, our mnemonic at the entrance, serve as the visual reminder of the qualities necessary for success: focus, determination, excellence. The statue of Swami Vivekananda also serves as a source of inspiration, reminding us never to give up until our goals are achieved. We have been in this journey for about 26 years now. We have learned our lessons through success and failures. We understand that we sit in an inspirational space of 1.4 billion people and our responsibility to live up to their aspirations. IIM Kozhikode continues to focus on creating and maintaining academic excellence, developing a diverse community, encouraging social responsibility, fostering imagination, and help stay connected with beautiful minds. Together, let's awaken the spirit of truth, Satyam, embrace the essence of sustainability, Nityam, and pursue the path Purnam, fulfillment. One of the most critical elements in a leader's decision-making process is to achieve clarity. But what is clarity? Imagine you're trying to get inside a stadium when 50,000 people are jostling, find their place, and you think through your conventional thought that you can't find your own seat there. But somehow you negotiate, you navigate to the crowd, to the milling crowd, and you find your own designated seat right there. What did you do? You achieve clarity in the clutter of thought. In simple language, clarity is lesser thoughts per minute than you had before. You achieve this clarity. The number of thoughts you have per minute, let's say you have 200 thoughts in a minute, and reduce those 200 thoughts to 5 thoughts, and finally to 1 thought, you become like an Arjuna, who when asked, what is he seeing there? He says, I see the eye of the bird. Now, if he was a conventional archer, there'll be many thoughts in his head. Can I shoot? What is behind there? Who else is shooting? Who is standing here? What's in the background? But all he does is he only thinks of the eye of the bird. When he's asked, what do you see, Arjuna? He says, I see the eye of the bird. Not even the bird, just the eye of the bird. Only one thought in the clutter of thoughts and emotions. And that one thought takes Arjuna home. He hits the target. Because you go to a place called awareness behind your thought structure. And this awareness is what creates great decisions. Gandhi is traveling by a train. One of his shoes falls down on the railway track. Train has begun to move. One shoe is there and one shoe is with Gandhi. As the train moves away from that one shoe, Gandhi takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. Somebody asks him, what did you do, Bapu? He said, look, that one shoe is of no value to the beggar who will find it. One shoe is of no value to me, with me. So I threw it so that it adds value to the person who finds the pair of shoes. At that moment, conventionally, you and I would start thinking, oh, what happened to my shoe? How can I find it? Can I pull that chain? Can I call somebody? But those thoughts are all disconnected. No meaning, no coherence. But Gandhi does a simple action. He takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. That is clarity. That is clarity beyond conventional. To be able to decide, to be able to increase the decision space in the clutter of thoughts, competing thoughts, requires clarity, and Gandhi demonstrates. He won as a leader because he was clear.
GIP 2020 is IIM's signature convention. This is also our institutional mission, our design principle, and the basis of our aspiration to be counted among the world's best schools. IIM Kozhikode has, in a modest way, advanced India's global footprints. Our vision for 2047, the centenary of Indian independence, and the golden jubilee of IIMK. The museum is a repository of knowledge about Indian business heritage that would broaden the discourse on Indian business, introducing historical depth and a sense of rootedness in Indian culture. Globalizing Indian thought is about creating a confident and secure identity as Indians to strengthen our roots and give wings to our new generations. India has probably discovered the third way of geo-relational leadership of the world. Both the US and China has had problems with their GPS system, G for guilt, E for pride, S for shame. India's core ethos has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the universe of borderless humanism. Unlike the US and China, India's sadhana has not just been to be the best in the world, but perhaps to be the best for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be unwise on my part to speak any more about someone who literally needs no introduction anywhere in the world today. So here is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi delivering the inaugural speech for GIP 2020. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I'm delighted to address a conference on globalizing Indian thought at a prestigious center of learning like the IIM Kozhikode. It is a matter of joy that such well-known centers of learning are taking interest in these subjects. I hope seminars such as this popularize more aspects of Indian thought among the people. With this, I conclude my remarks and convey my best wishes to IIM Kozhikode. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister to do the honors for digital unveiling of the statue of Swami Sarvasanandanda in our campus and dedicate this to us.
Many years ago, I had a dream. I wanted to figure out what was truly Indian about the Indian Institute of Management. This dream was looking for a destination, and it found one here. So let me ask you, what was this dream? And I'll tell you, this dream was about bridging the distance between hearts and minds, connecting the best of Bharat with the rest of India in pursuit of one singular vision, globalizing Indian thought. As we celebrate our flagship postgraduate program, Silver Jubilee graduation batch, we reflect on the values we hold dear. It's not just about producing competent managers, but good human beings who are compassionate and competent at the same time.
IIM Kozhikode's approach has been more holistic and more realistic in terms of perspectives of management, and this has yielded us excellent results.
Excellence, equity, and inclusion are the heart of our mission. We are proud to have initiated affirmative action to bring gender parity to our flagship program. With a historical low of less than 10% women rising to a high of 54% in 2013, we have repeated this feat in the year 2020 as well, showing our commitment to equity and inclusion. We also understand that our success is measured by the impact we make on our world. As we look ahead, we are focused on making a meaningful contribution to India and the world in the decades to come. Our pursuit of global accreditation reflects on our dedication to being recognized as an excellent institution. We were the first IIM to seek global recognition, starting with AMBA accreditation in 2010. Today, we stand on the cusp of global triple accreditation, a rare feat for Indian B schools. Having a dream is one thing, but pursuing it with persistence and energy is quite another. In that process, we have to negotiate four paradoxes: equity and excellence, global vision rooted in local context, high tech and high touch, agility of systems and stability of timeless values. We are not only consistently ranked among the top 4 Indian institutes of management, but we are also making our mark on the global stage. Our recent leap of 100 spots in the QS World University rankings for both regular and executive MBA programs is a testament to our phenomenal growth. We acknowledge the love of learning, dedication of our faculty, staff, and students, and the vision of our leadership and board of governors that has made it possible.
The kind of success that we've had in the last 25 years is because of the right decisions we have taken and the right things we've done for the right reasons.
Our vision for 2047, creating a roadmap of globalizing Indian thought, is both ambitious and achievable, inspiring at the emotional and cognitive levels and bringing vibrance and positivity to our journey forward. We believe in holistic learning in harmony with nature. Our campus is a gift of abundance, and sustainability is integral to every individual who is part of it. What fulfills your life is a fully lived life itself. Fulfillment is not a distant dream, but a continuum. As an institution, we are dedicated to helping individuals lead fulfilling lives. We were the first institution to start our education model digitally in 2001, breaking the mold of traditional business schools. We have diversified our models of learning, and our flagship programs have equal representation of men and women, changing the dynamics of India. We believe in disruption as the ability to break the existing order and bridge humanities and management through various academic initiatives. Our values of authenticity, sustainability, and fulfillment are not just ends, but means of doing things. We believe in nurturing future leaders with deep human values.
Let me start by telling you what hasn't changed, and that's how beautiful this campus continues to be. What has definitely changed is the infrastructure. We have world-class classrooms, energy efficient with the latest technology. We have hostels, and obviously we have the new sports complex that has come up.
We have created new centers, such as the Laboratory for Innovation, Venturing and Entrepreneurship, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation, Center for Governance, Center for Digital Innovation and Transformation, Center for Climate Studies, and Center for Employment Relations and Labor Studies.
The birth of any B school today is to solve society's problem, India's problem, world's problem, industry problem. We take the industry problems, we bring it here, we co-create it and give it back to the industry. And some of the leading solutions have been born out of IIM Kozhikode.
Our emphasis on entrepreneurship helps to build character and provides the necessary skills to succeed in a constantly evolving business landscape. The exposure to literary and cultural festivals as well as social psychology experiments helps students discover their creative, cultural, and emotional quotient, which is just as important as their intelligence quotient. The statue of Gautama Buddha under the banyan tree is a symbol of peace and enlightenment, providing a serene environment that helps to calm the mind and promote inner reflection. Meanwhile, the Arjuna bow and arrow, our mnemonic at the entrance, serve as a visual reminder of the qualities necessary for success: focus, determination, excellence. The statue of Swami Vivekananda also serves as a source of inspiration, reminding us never to give up until our goals are achieved. We have been in this journey for about 26 years now. We have learned our lessons through success and failures. We understand that we sit in an inspirational space of 1.4 billion people and our responsibility to live up to their aspirations. IIM Kozhikode continues to focus on creating and maintaining academic excellence, developing a diverse community, encouraging social responsibility, fostering imagination, and help stay connected with beautiful minds. Together, let's awaken the spirit of truth, Satyam, embrace the essence of sustainability, Nityam, and pursue path Purnam, fulfillment. one of the most critical elements in a leader's decision-making process is to achieve clarity. But what is clarity? Imagine you're trying to get inside a stadium when 50,000 people are jostling to find their place, and you think through your conventional thought that you can't find your own seat there. But somehow you negotiate, you navigate through the crowd, to the milling crowd, and you find your own designated seat right there. What did you do? You achieve clarity in the clutter of thoughts. In simple language, clarity is lesser thoughts per minute than you had before. You achieve this clarity. So number of thoughts you have per minute, let's say you have 200 thoughts in a minute, and reduce those 200 thoughts to 5 thoughts and finally to 1 thought, you become like an Arjuna who, when asked what is he seeing there, he says, I see the eye of the bird. Now, if he was a conventional archer, there'll be many thoughts in his head. Can I shoot? What is behind there? Who else is shooting? Who is standing here? What's in the background? But all he does is he only thinks of the eye of the bird. When he's asked, what do you see, Arjuna? He says, I see the eye of the bird. Not even the bird, just the eye of the bird. Only one thought in the clutter of thoughts and emotions. And that one thought takes Arjuna home. He hits the target. Because you go to a place called awareness behind your thought structure. And this awareness is what creates great decisions. Gandhi is traveling by a train. One of his shoes falls down on the railway track. Train has begun to move. One shoe is there and one shoe is with Gandhi. As the train moves away from that one shoe, Gandhi takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. And somebody asks him, what did you do, Bapu? He said, look, that one shoe is of no value to the beggar who will find it. One shoe is of no value to me, with me. So I threw it so that it adds value to the person who finds the pair of shoes. At that moment, conventionally, you and I would start thinking, oh, what happened to my shoe? How can I find it? Can I pull that chain? Can I call somebody? But those thoughts are all disconnected, have no meaning, no coherence. But Gandhi does a simple action. He takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. That is clarity. That is clarity beyond conventional thinking. To be able to decide, to be able to increase the decision space in the clutter of thoughts, competing thoughts, requires clarity. And Gandhi demonstrates that he won as a leader because he was clear.
GIP 2020 is IIM's signature convention. This is also our institutional mission, our design principle, and the basis of our aspiration to be counted among the world's best schools. IIM Kozhikode has, in a modest way, advanced India's global footprints. Our vision for 2047, the centenary of Indian independence, and the golden jubilee of IIMK. The museum is a repository of knowledge about Indian business heritage that would broaden the discourse on Indian business, introducing historical depth and a sense of rootedness in Indian culture. Globalizing Indian thought is about creating a confident and secure identity as Indians to strengthen our roots and give wings to our new generations. India has probably discovered the third way of geo-relational leadership of the world. Both the US and China has had problems with their GPS system, G for guilt, E for pride, S for shame. India's core ethos has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the universe of borderless humanism. Unlike the US and China, India's sadhana has not just been to be the best in the world, but perhaps to be the best for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be unwise on my part to speak any more about someone who literally needs no introduction anywhere in the world today. So here is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi delivering the inaugural speech for GIP 2020. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I'm delighted to address a conference on globalizing Indian thought at a prestigious center of learning like the IIM Kozhikode. It is a matter of joy that such well-known centers of learning are taking interest in these subjects. I hope seminars such as this popularize more aspects of Indian thought among people. With this, I conclude my remarks and convey my best wishes to IIM Kozhikode. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister to do the honors for digital unveiling of the statue of Swami Vivekananda in our campus and dedicate this to us.
One of the most critical elements in a leader's decision-making process is to achieve clarity. But what is clarity? Imagine you're trying to get inside a stadium when 50,000 people are jostling to find their place, and you think through your conventional thought that you can't find your own seat there. But somehow you negotiate, you navigate through the crowd, to the milling crowd, and you find your own designated seat right there. What did you do? You achieve clarity in the clutter of thoughts. In simple language, clarity is lesser thoughts per minute than you had before. You achieve this clarity. So number of thoughts you have per minute, let's say you have
In the words of Robin Sharma, starting strong is good, though finishing strong is epic. Very good evening, everyone, and welcome to the valedictory session for the 5th International Conclave and first time internationally held conclave of the Indian Institute of Management, IIM Kozhikode. To start, I'd like to invite our chief guest, Right Honorable Baroness Sandeep Verma, and Professor Debashish Chatterjee, Director of the IIMK and Chairperson of this conclave, to please join us on the stage. Could I request the director to please present a bouquet of flowers to our chief guest? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to invite Professor Shubhashish De, co-chair of the conclave, to introduce Baroness Verma.
Good evening. Baroness Verma is a highly influential global business leader, and she has held several political positions within the government and the opposition. Since entering the House of Lords in 2006, she has held several key ministerial appointments in government and opposition. She has significant experience in chairing committees, both in private and public sectors. A strong and committed advocate of diversity and inclusion, something which is very close to our heart as well. She's involved in a wealth of influential initiatives to create a more inclusive working environment and society. She has led from the front, specifically on gender and race discriminations, both in her political positions as well as in many of her roles on committees. Baroness Verma was Prime Minister's Ministerial Global Champion for tackling violence against women and girls when she was a minister. She's a former Energy and Climate Change Minister, former International Development Minister, former Government Whip, former Opposition Minister for Cabinet Health, Education and Equalities, former Chair of European External Affairs Committee, member of the EU Select Committee. She's also chair of Nexus Green Limited, an international renewable energy EPC. She co-founded an organization called Powerful Women when she was a Minister of Energy, seeing the lack of representation of senior women in the energy sector. She's the chair of UN Women UK, the National Committee of UN Women, and the only UN organization that focuses specifically on women and girls. She's also currently a Chancellor of Roehampton University. Madam, it's a great pleasure for you to come here and welcome us in this particular occasion. Thank you so much.
Before we hear from Baroness Brady, actually, could I invite Mr. Paresh Roghani, please, to come and say a few words.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Paresh Roghani, a chartered accountant, tired but not retired yet. They mentioned many accolades of Baroness Verma, but since my mentor is Robin Sharma, whose quote they spoke right at the beginning, Robin always says, as Professor Chatterjee is well aware of, that leadership is not about a title. It's leader without a title. You don't need a badge, you don't need a title, you don't need an accolade. Yes, she was a Minister of Energy, so she brings so much energy, passion, enthusiasm, and her climate changes. The climate changes here very much. So I'm really glad that you've asked Baroness Verma to be here. Personally, sadly, I lost my sister a few years ago. I was very sad with ovarian cancer. After 6 months, with our Gujarati traditions of crying, I met Mr. Modi ji in Ahmedabad before. My niece passed away of ovarian cancer. So I started working a bit with Manisha Koirala because she cured the same cancer. But I remember going to Baroness Verma, because I'm from Leicester, where she's from. And, you know, she really changed me. I don't know, she may not realize it. She may be too naive to admit it, but she really changed my life. I was really sad. And then I became mad. M-A-D, making a difference. That's what we got to do, you know. When we go to church and when we go to the parliament, Winston Churchill says we make a living by what we earn, but we make a life by what we give. So thank you so much, Professor, for inviting Baroness Verma. And she's got not very personal, but she's got a degree in arts, but we all call her in London a Queen of Hearts. For Baroness Verma, ladies and gentlemen. And Professor Chatterjee, obviously, when Mr. Modiji invited me to India, I spoke at IIM India, and he always says, IIM, India is moving ahead. But this is like inspirational Modiji and making India and all that. And Ankur, by the way, Prime Sports, a great event. If anyone can, Ankur can. I hope you all enjoy it. A candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. They will light many, many candles. Happy Diwali in advance. Thank you. God bless.
Baroness Verma, could we invite you, please? We'd love to hear from you.
Good evening. It's always very difficult to follow Parish. But thank you so very much, Parish, for your very kind words. A very good afternoon, good evening to each and every one of you. And it's a great honor to be here at the valedictory ceremony of the 5th edition of the International Conclave of Globalizing Indian Thought. I want to start by thanking Professor Chatterjee, the director of IIM, his team, and all that have contributed to the conclave over the last 2 days. People that have brought expertise, challenge, and thought leadership from the many different lenses that help cooperate, co-create, dialogue, offer new ideas, and reflect on the decisions that have been taken by many in the past. But let's reflect. The world is in turmoil. There are many hugely significant events over much of this century so far that we have seen that have brought conflict in many parts of the world. Some more highlighted than others, but existing all the same. Technology is pushing the world into a new age. Climate change events are increasingly more prevalent, and the importance of relationships are fading. Economic growth is shifting, and the balance of where rule makers and rule ignorers exist is creating a new type of conversation. So I'm really pleased to be here with so many thought leaders, and I want to congratulate you all, but particularly to you, Professor, because behind doing a conclave, there is a real long thought process of what the outcomes should be and whether they're deliverable or not. But I want to take you on a little trip in history. Scientists have uncovered evidence that the Indus Valley civilization is at least 8,000 years old. Archaeological excavations give proof of Indus people living in gated communities with well-distinguished social hierarchies. Why do I bring this to the table now? Because globalizing Indian thought didn't start a few years ago, a century ago. It started many, many thousands of years ago. But it's got lost in the translation of all the other things simply because of our inability to actually constantly explore history. We take it for granted that what we see must be reality. But what we're finding out, and it's quite interesting that the conversations around misinformation, fake news are now becoming more and more prevalent. But if we are in a place today where we don't know a lot about the deep-bedded roots of our history, where things have originated from, be it the West, be it the East, we have a problem. And so first and foremost, having thought leadership, we need to scale back and see where it originates. So I mention all of these things because global influence and contributions and how impactful management systems are the drivers of growth that have evolved differently in different places, but have evolved, with no single principle being able to avoid the foundation principles of what is founded on globalized Indian thought processes, which is truth, a holistic approach to social cultural identity, frameworks and procedures for modern management, and the diverse options of leadership. Now, if we roll back, of course, we can identify some, but often as not, we only remind ourselves of those that were either incredibly violent or incredibly aggressive. We don't often recognize and remember the leadership skills that came with a very different type of tone. And that's come through evident as you go through. And actually, for me personally, it's all about gender. Where did gender work in all of these evolutions? So I want to talk a little bit about leadership and how different types of leadership have changed over time. So if we were to roll back, and if you were to just sit there and just think of who you remember as great leaders, how did they get there? What were their educational journeys? What were their life-lived journeys? And what were the journeys of their nurture at home? And I'm just very reminded of listening to the story of the current Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and learning about his journey and how he, as a very, very young child, went on a journey to say that actually inequality was not good. And it's this evolution of thought that you see that enables you to then sort of say, well, the management schools teach a particular way, but they can only teach a particular way of the principles of management. To deliver the management that you have gone through, learning in a program or a course or whatever, actually depends on how you are then going to deliver it. When we talk about the 20th century and the industrialization, I mean, it was about a lot of strong landholders changing the landscape of the UK. So if you go into some of the very old towns, you will have seen that a lot of mini cities were created to house the workers of the big landowners who opened the industrial factories and mills and all of the furnaces and all of the rest of the stuff. It was socially being engineered so that those people didn't have to travel far. Now, reflect that back to 21st century. And we're talking more and more about working from home, more and more about flexibility, more and more about, making sure that productivity is allowed. But it was already happening, just in a different way. So recognizing that we sometimes can go back and rejudge what was already delivered and make it better is something that perhaps we sometimes miss because we think we're reinventing a new idea. Now, I often talk about the inequality of global development because it worries me. It worries me that we still talk about parts of the world as being unable to raise their game. What we don't talk about is the reasons behind why they are unable. So the global south is taking a big shift. There's a huge amount of real progressive debate going on in the global south. And the reason for that is this, is that they recognized, and it was the pandemic, I think, that woke up a lot of people, but it's also the impact on a number of the global events that are happening, the conflict around the world, that actually has a greater impact on them because they have not been able to build up their own infrastructures to be able to respond to events. So what they have decided to do, and I know Africa very well as part of the Global South, what they've decided to do is they have young capital and they have an abundance of it. And the West has less young people and more elderly people. So the shift is already, the paradigm shift is already happening. Now it's up to the leaders to decide how they are going to now navigate those relationships. Because in South-South, well, on the continent of Africa, by 2050, there'll be 2-point-something billion people. But the population in the West is shrinking. In fact, I think recently the Pope came out and said, you need more children. We need to give birth to more kids. And so you can already see, but is that shift happening that we're going back to how it was century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries ago? Is it beginning to even keel itself out? Or is it that people are beginning to look at themselves and say, we're not going to allow others to dictate our futures? So it's really, really about our relationships and how we change them. And globalization really is a test of how we accommodate that against the challenges of climate change, against the challenges of shrinking populations, against the challenges of conflict. And those conflicted areas and how they are rebuilt and how those relationships are managed actually is an incredibly complicated, complex challenge for all world leaders. But the saddest thing for me, Professor Chatterjee, is, and I'll say it because I'm allowed a platform to say it, if there were more women in those leadership roles, would the world look different? Would those conflicts be managed differently? Would we have greater dialogue rather than first foremost resort to all the things that are happening around us because we want to be seen as the butch person in the room? And I think we can take this very lightly, but I think we need to take it very seriously. Because if we do not, we will be the creators of our own extinction. Because nurture does not start. The biggest management course you can have is going into a household and watching the management of a household. How those things are juggled is a really good course in itself. And that's why I reach out to each and every one of you, is that when we talk about whether it's globalization or whether it's management or whether it's dialogue, where do you first pick up any of those things? Where does that instinctive learning come from? It does not come from the places of learning. It actually is given to those places of learning. Because when you take 2 children who fight in a playground, what do you say to them? Stop, talk to each other, say sorry, make it up. But you get 2 nations, you say, right, I'll supply you some weapons there, I'll supply you some weapons there, keep obliterating yourself. But by the way, at the same instance, please have dialogue. So I think, and the reason why I say these things is because yesterday I was at an event that I support heavily, and it's the Ayurvedic medicines. And it's the Ayurvedic versus the allopathic. And the reason why I'm bringing that up again here is because nature, when we talk about climate change, nature has given us every single solution we require to stay alive. The difficulty is we are now addicted to quick fixes. We need to be fixed quickly. So because we need to be fixed quickly, let's have the quickest producing vaccine ever or the quickest tablet ever. We want to be slim. So let's jab ourselves with a weight loss. But guess what? You stop doing it, you'll get fatter again. It's about thought. It's about thinking. It's about really seeing the world you want to live in. I learned about the renewable energy sector when I was Minister for Energy and Climate Change. I was the minister in the House of Lords who took the biggest reform of the electricity markets through the House of Lords for the government under David Cameron. And I suddenly realized how little I knew about renewable energy and the benefits of actually working with nature. Now, there are countries across the planet that are sinking. Bangladesh is one. The small island states are another in the Indo-Pacific. They are sinking not because they've done things wrong, but because those of us who encouraged industrialization but forgot that we needed to also have a forecast of what would happen if these things took place and we didn't actually address them at the time. Some of you are too young to understand or remember the ozone layer discussions in the 1970s. I was a kid. I was so frightened that these holes were appearing in the atmosphere of ozone, but we corrected it. But now we've got many other things that we need to correct. So when we talk about how this dialogue, how you can influence, how thought leaders come together to bring frameworks, bring policies, bring procedures, not just to your own home countries, but take it out to the wider communities so we can have a real critique of your ideas. It's really helpful. It is so important. And these platforms are so, so important. Because if you want to reach, solutions, you can't have an echo chamber. We can't sit in a room and agree with ourselves. We have to be challenged. It has to be critiqued. And I think I really applaud what's going on in India with their ambitions on renewable energy. I can see the amount of massive infrastructure that's going on. You have, I think 65% of the population is under 35 in India. But I'm going to give you just a word of caution. That 65% in 30, 40 years is not going to be your youngest population. It is going to be on the trajectory of your aging population. And if governments are not thinking about making sure that you're factoring that into your policies today, you're going to be in the same place as we are here in the West, where we will have less workforce and more people to look after. And the tax systems, and we're all dreading our budget next week, but the tax systems will have to match what your requirement is. And you're 1.4 billion in India. So there are some wider debates to be had. My job, I always say it is, I am known as a disruptor. I have been a disruptor all my life because I go out there to challenge people about how they see the world changing and what they want to do as be part of that change. I fought racism in this country because I was exposed to it. We could never have had those changes had it not been for people wanting that to stop. But guess what? We stop discriminating and we start on something else. We're an absolute dangerous species, the human being. The human being is a species that is on self-destruct. But the animal kingdom, look at it. The animal kingdom makes sure it goes out to protect itself. And yet we are rapidly removing the lands the animals can walk amongst the planet on. Our waters, the seas, are actually so polluted that our actual ecosystem of food is disappearing. So, Professor Chatterjee, I don't know what you wanted from my valedictory, but I'll tell you what I want to do is I want to use every platform possible to ensure that when people go away, they have more questions for themselves. Rather than feel good about what you've done, I want you to go away thinking, oh my God, there is so much more to do. I want you to challenge your institutions. I want you to challenge the way we deliver our education system that excludes people. I want you to challenge the health systems that exclude people. I want you to be able to say that whatever our conversation is, and everything starts with a conversation, let's make it a conversation that actually delivers an outcome. And so when I take on any role, and I've done it deliberately, that I take on a role to make sure that at the end of it, somebody will come and say, well, that's all very well, Sandy. But guess what? What about this? You haven't mentioned it. What about that? You haven't mentioned it. And I say, that's for another day, but I won't forget it. And so, look, you are your brother's keeper or your sister's keeper. We are each other's keepers. The planet is slowly being eaten away by us and the pollutions we're putting into it. Climate change is happening. We need to do something about it. But if my brothers and sisters in the south are sinking, or in Africa aren't getting medicines, they're my responsibility too. So I think, you know, as a conversation, I'm going to leave you all with one thought. And you can make as many thoughts out of it as possible. I've always said I don't displace anybody from leadership from the top. I just make more space, make a bigger table for more leaders to join. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baroness Verma, for those very interesting insights, and the questions and challenges that you posed have been well noted and well received. Could I request our director, please, to hand over a token of our appreciation to the chief guest? Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Professor Rudra Sen Sharma, core committee member of the Conclave, to present the Conclave report.
Thank you. So over these 2 days, we had wonderful deliberations on the theme of globalizing Indian thought. We're pleased to share with you that over 50 papers were presented in the technical sessions. The conference was attended by more than 70 delegates. Apart from the technical sessions, we had very interesting keynote sessions. So on the first day, we had interesting, contrasting deliberations on the theme from Professor Debashish Chatterjee, Lord Meghnad Desai, and Professor Shaunaka Das, which set the stage for the rest of the conference. We had two very interesting panel discussions, one related to the future of higher education and another related to monetary policy. We had very insightful keynote addresses on economic history, climate change, and spirituality earlier today from Swami Sarvasanandanda and Professor Tirthankar Roy. And we ended on a very, very inspiring note with a very brilliant address by Baroness Sandeep Verma. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And now I'd like to request the director to release the online conference proceedings of the conclave. Next up, I know a lot of the delegates have been waiting for this. Could I request the director, please, to announce the best paper awards of the conclave?
This is the best paper. This as well. Sure, you got the right certificate. Mr. Hassan Gilani, are you here? Mr. Hassan Gilani, are you here? Nidhi Maheshwari. Nidhi Maheshwari. Hassan Gilwan. First two are in absentia. Why don't you receive whatever you need to receive? Welcome.
Hassan, I'll take it for him.
Thank you.
All right. No worries at all. Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much for the great conclave.
Nidhi Maheshwari, can you receive honor here? I know you're not Nidhi Maheshwari, but you're receiving it.
Congratulations to the winners, and thank you, sir. Next, could I invite Professor Deepa Sethi, co-chair of the conclave, to propose the vote of thanks. A very good evening. Distinguished Chief Guest Baroness Sandeep Verma, esteemed Director, respected dignitaries, researchers, faculty, delegates, doctoral students, and esteemed gathering. As we come together in this iconic beverage hall at Senate House, University of London, to celebrate the valedictory ceremony of the 5th edition of Globalizing Indian Thought, our hearts are filled with overwhelming emotions. It's a privilege to extend our thanks and gratitude on this momentous occasion. In the words of Henry Ward Beecher, gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Today, we not only celebrate the inaugural GIT 2024 in an international setting, but also look ahead to the promising future it presents. On behalf of the conference chair and co-chairs, I, Deepa Sethi, am honored to express our heartfelt thanks to all who contributed to the success of this conclave. We are profoundly grateful to Lord Meghnad Desai, member of the UK House of Lords and Emeritus Professor of Economics at the London School of Economics and Political Science, for delivering the inaugural address that set a distinguished tone for our discussions. Our appreciation extends to Professor Shaunak Rishi Das, Director of the Oxford Centre of Hindu Studies, for his insightful contributions. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the esteemed panel of deans, Professor Kamran Razmadoost, Professor Christy Simpson, and Professor Catherine Robinson. Your thought-provoking deliberations during the panel discussion on the future of higher education and its role in addressing global challenges have inspired us all and underscored the transformative potential of education. We are grateful to Professor Pavan Bidwar, Associate Deputy Vice-Chancellor International at Aston University, Birmingham, for his enlightening session on impactful research. Additionally, our heartfelt thanks to Professor Charles Goodhart, Emeritus Professor at the Financial Markets Group
London School of Economics, for his insightful talk on inflation trajectory, past, present, and future. We also thank Professor David Eichmann, Director of the Qatar Center for Global Banking and Finance at King's College London, Professor Stephen Millard, and Ms. Sonal Patel for their illuminating discussion on monetary policy at crossroads, managing growth-inflation trade-off. A special note of appreciation goes to Swami Sarvasanandanda, Minister in charge at the Ramakrishna Vedanta Center, UK, for sharing profound thoughts on Indian philosophy. We are equally thankful to Professor Tirthankar Roy, Professor of Economic History at the London School of Economics and Political Science, for his engaging talk on climate change and India's economic future. I extend our gratitude to Baroness Sandeep Verma, Member of the House of Lords, for her compelling valedictory address. Thank you, ma'am. Your insights have provided us with valuable perspectives to ponder. We appreciate the vibrant contributions of Mr. Farooq Engineer and Angus Fraser, whose engaging anecdotes and stories enhanced the celebratory atmosphere at the conclave. Their stories added flavor to the tour of the historical Lord's cricket ground. Our sincere gratitude to Mr. Kanishk Narayan and Mr. Ashok Verma for joining us during the conference. A heartfelt thank you to Professor Devashish Chatterjee, our esteemed director, for his visionary leadership and steadfast commitment to IIM Kozhikode. Under his guidance, the Globalizing Indian Thought Conclave has established a benchmark in the historical city of London. Your relentless pursuit of excellence inspires us all to aim higher and dream bigger. We would like to express our gratitude to our knowledge partners, Cardiff University, Brighton University, and Chester University for their significant contributions. Our thanks to the researchers, paper presenters, delegates from academia, and industry who traveled from across the globe to share their invaluable works with us. This is going to be a little long, but I have to do it. So we are grateful to our Palladium and Gold sponsors, Times Pro and Emeritus, and the core team of GIT 2024, without whose support this conference would not have been possible. And I would like to name my colleagues, Professor Mridul Saggar, Professor Rudra Sen Sharma, Professor Arkam Mateen, Professor Nanda Kumar, Professor Anandita Paul, Professor Aishwarya Ramasundaram, Professor Surya Prakash Pati, and Professor Salman Ali for their pivotal roles in shaping this conclave along with the conference chair and co-chairs. We would like to acknowledge the dedication of our administrative colleagues whose efforts ensured the seamless execution of GIT 2024. A special thanks to Mr. Sojan George, Senior Administrative Officer and Secretary to the Director, Mr. Praship Kumar, Officer in Charge, Research and Conferences, and Mr. Vikas Panikar, Public Relations Officer, for their unwavering support. Our appreciation extends to the Research Chair and all faculty and staff at IIM Kozhikode for their contributions to the success of this event. A big thank you to our dear doctoral students who have accompanied us here, Krita Dyuti, Brinda, and Mayank, who literally ran the show. Thank you so much. To our alumni who excel globally and represent the high standards of education provided by IIM Kozhikode, especially Shayonima, Dharamveer, Som, Garvika, and Ankur, your continued engagement with the institution brings us immense pride. A special acknowledgement goes to Murzina, Anne, and the entire team from the University of London for their invaluable support, as well as Cleo and her team from the Lord's Cricket Ground. Finally, we express our gratitude to Prime Sports and Media, led by Mr. Ankur Sharma, for their exceptional execution of this conclave. A special mention to his dedicated team, including Bharat, Akib, Rose, Sumaja, Pratik, Arjun, Adi, and Agin. Thank you so much. Thank you all once again for your contributions and participation. Have a wonderful evening and a great weekend. Thank you. I request the director to felicitate Shayadima and Ankur.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Sethi. Could I invite Professor Debashish Chatterjee, please, to share some closing remarks?
Baroness Sandeep Verma and the very distinguished audience consisting of experts, scholars, researchers, students, all those who are in the pursuit of knowledge. GIT was conceptualized roughly 30 years back when India was nowhere on the red radar. Yet the sense of pessimism was lit up by some sporadic. I don't have lecture notes, so don't worry, I'm going to finish well before your time to go home. By a very upbeat professor from IIM Calcutta. His name was S.K. Chakravarti, and he started a center called Management Center for Human Values with a modest donation from Ratan Tata of 60 lakhs, which would be about 6 crores. When we were pitching for Mr. Tata to donate some money to start a center in India that would be based on the lives of 4 iconic Indians, Gandhi, Tagore, Vivekananda, and Rishi Aurobindo. There were no takers for these people in the realm of ideas in my own country. And so Ratan Tata, as generous as he is, he says, since you don't have too many options to get any donation for the kind of work, we should be the first one to contribute. So 60 lakhs came across the table, and that's how our journey began. Our challenge was indeed to Indianize Indian thought before you could even think of globalizing Indian thought, because Indian thought is not really mainstream in India, not in the way that we know it today. We're talking about 30 years back. The questions that we were asking on behalf of the center we set up was, what is Indian about Indian Institute of Management? We were products of Harvard and MIT. IIM Ahmedabad came out of Harvard. IIM Calcutta came out of MIT's, with that kind of help. Yet, 60 odd years past that, we have begun to sense that we have not been able to shade that umbilical cord with our parents. And so we thought it's a good idea in IIM Kozhikode to establish the thought idea of globalizing Indian thought, which looked very esoteric when I broached the idea, but this is the 5th edition of a conference. The 4th editions before that have had a who's who of India, starting with the Honorable Prime Minister of India, who inaugurated the 1st edition, Prime Minister Modi, and then we had Tarun Khanna from Harvard, Deepak Jain from Kellogg. We've had performers, artists, you name it. I don't want to go to the whole roll call of. And so we found support for our conviction. IIM Kozhikode has been at the cusp of some very innovative experiments. We were the first IIM to bring gender diversity at the mainstream of thinking in management schools. We had 53.75% women in 2013. That cohort was the first cusp of a change of gender diversity. IIMs used to typically have 8 to 10% women, and now we had all of a sudden 30%. Today you can see the IIM average is roughly that, because the question of who should represent the IIM's intellectual space was thought of as like we all have those biases that it should be male and engineers. Now that has completely gone. We were the first IIM to start an MBA in liberal studies and management. We started a one-year program in business leadership. We had a PhD for practice track professionals, and we get talent from around the world for that PhD program. I can go on and on about the number of things my faculty, colleagues, and all have done, and the role of honors can extend to the last bit, but I would like to specially thank a person at the Taj Hotel that I'm staying. It was a dismal experience, but this one bright light that I'm going to talk about, he brought me a cup of Earl Grey tea, which is what I like. And I asked him to wait for a while before I smell the aroma of the tea, because this is my favorite. And so as I was doing that, he looked at me and I had to explain to him what I was doing. I said, I'm a tea devotee, I'm meditating on this cup of tea. So he got a little puzzled. Well, who does meditate on a cup of tea? I said, look, the cup of tea is not just, I had to explain to him, which I do to a lot of people. So I said, this cup of tea is not cup of tea, it is sunlight falling on a green leaf and turning it brown. Our first value is authenticity, which is satyam. So what is the satyam about a cup of tea? That it is not a beverage, it is sunlight. It is energy that we derive from sunlight that falls on a green leaf, turns it brown. But we can't drink sunlight directly, so we boil it in water, we put some fire underneath, and then concoction turns out to be a beautiful brown beverage. We are not happy in India with that, so we learned it from the British. We put 2 drops of white fluid that a black cow eating green grass has produced. We call it milk. And we're not happy with the taste either, so we have a little sap of the earth that we pick through a pump called sugar cane, and the crystallized form of that sap is called a sugar cube. So I put one in there, and as I stir the cup, I'm stirring a cosmic conspiracy inside a cup. And the rishis of India said, this is Aham Brahmasmi, I am the cosmos. And they were not wrong. They were authentically in search of that truth that defines what is my relationship with the world. They were curious, lot of people. So our first value, driving value, is satyam. What is the ultimate truth? Indian rishis gave us this enormous curiosity about knowing our position in the universe. The second element is nityam, sustainability. Now, what sustains us is a very important question. And if you look at this question of sustainability from the point of view of the rishis, there's a beautiful dialogue between a person whose name is Nachiketa and Yama, who's the god of death. Nachiketa says, what survives when we die? And Yama the god of death wanted to divert his attention and give him enticements, wealth, and things like that, which could take away from that question, because that is a very critical question to answer. But this little boy would not budge. And so the conversation went on, and finally Yama said, okay, I relent. He said, that which is not subject to cause and effect will be perennially there. It will not die. And the rishis went in search of cause and effect. They said, wherever there is smoke, there must be fire. And then they said, sometimes a very powerful cause can produce million effects. You have to look at the root cause to solve a problem. And they said, when you have a seed that can produce a forest, you must look at the seed that produces the forest, of pollution, of climate change, whatever. And finally, they said, sometimes the cause and effect can be sort of, when you remove the root cause, when the cause is gone, nothing of the effect will remain. So you go beyond cause-effect relationship, and this called this relationship by a name, and the name was Ishvara. Ishvara means, Ish means ruler, Vara means nature. The one who rules nature is Ishvara, who's gone beyond cause and effect. Now it might sound very esoteric to you, but this is the curiosity of the scientific inquiry anywhere in the world. How can we solve the riddle of cause and effect? How can we transcend this cause and effect dilemma? And finally, we have this value called Purnam. How do I find fulfillment? Purnam is fulfillment. How do I find fulfillment? And I'm going to end with a quote from an Indian icon that I celebrate quietly in my prayers. His name is Swami Vivekananda. He passed away when he was just 39 years old. He spent, as we heard today, almost a year in this country. One day, a British visitor wanted to meet him. She had an appointment, and he was moving around in a hall like this, from one end to the other, looking at a picture And the visitor found out that the picture was his own. So he was thinking, what kind of a Swami is this? So narcissistic. Why does he look at his picture without keeping an appointment and without bothering to meet me? So he goes around a few times, and then as he comes out, this is the first question that this woman asked Swami Vivekananda, why are you looking at your own picture? I was wondering. He said, I was trying to figure out, is this the man that I am? I mean, I can't recognize the picture. So I was trying to reconcile who I am with what I see, and I can't reconcile it. And then he did not say these words, but he wanted to demonstrate through his lived life of 39 years, that only those will find fulfillment who have learned to serve to the point of self-annihilation. Those that will survive to see the ultimate happiness are the ones who have learned to serve, who have found a reason to serve. That is what Purnatva is, that is what fulfillment is in the language of Vivekananda. And so I'm going to end with one of his quotes, and I don't misquote him because I know it's important to quote that man exactly as he said or wrote. This life is short. The vanities of the world are transient. Only those who live for others, the rest are more dead than alive. Globalizing Indian thought is a pursuit for the timeless. It does not end with me or anybody else. It's a baton that I would love to pass on to another generation of Indians. We'll do a much better job of this, I know, but somebody had to start somewhere, and so we did. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Professor Chatterjee, for taking us through the journey that the conclave has taken and for concluding this conclave on such a beautiful note. Thank you. I ask everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
Jana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Banga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Ujjala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mange Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
Thank you, everyone. And once again, thank you so much for spending the last 2 days with us as part of this event. Could I request everyone, we do have another event in the same space, so if I could ask you all to move over to the next room, please. Once again, safe travels to all those who've come over from different countries, and wish everyone a lovely weekend. Thank you.